Stupid, I'm not gonna swipe that. Come on, turn the other way. Alright, I guess I have to do it this way. Put my information on start and end points so you guys have an idea. Let's see, today's the 2nd, I believe. Oh, yeah. Good enough. Okay. Okay, so got my feed set up. Yeah, so say you're gonna switch to public or not? Set up here. And let me go on, let me see if I can share the YouTube video too with Facebook so people on Facebook know. There we go. Alright. Get back to my view and then start getting rolling here. I'd say I've seen too many international expediter trucks like that. In fact, I'm not sure I've seen any. Usually the expediters I see are, oh man, I don't know. Freightliners or Pete's or whatever else. Sight there.
grab lunch if you don't have to try to get out that driveway into that turn lane.
Yeah, of course it is. There ain't shit for traffic.
These roads, these on-ramps need more acceleration lane space. It's a pretty dangerous situation. That truck over there was in this lane and didn't have an option to get over because there was a car next to him, and Ah, hey, what's happening? I just started driving. Yeah, a lot of times because I'm usually busy with stuff when I'm even if I am awake and I'm not driving, I usually have stuff going on. So a lot of times even if I'm awake, I won't answer the phone no matter who it is. Uh, yeah, I just left. Oh yeah, yeah. It's usually phone calls are usually like a driving activity for me. Yeah, when I'm out on the open interstate or whatever. Oh, you serious, dumbass? This freaking minivan passed me up and then just started pacing right in front of me like they're gonna be a problem, even though they just passed me. Yeah, yeah. I usually get pretty occupied with my TSP group stuff, and lately I've been on Quora a lot. Also, I was on Quora when you tried to call me. Simple answer. It's basically a social networking kind of site where it's it was originally intended for people to have like intellectual discussions where you could just ask a question about anything and everything, anything that just made you curious, wanted to know the answer to. It's you know what like Ask Jeeves or Yahoo Answers is. So you think of that like Yahoo Answers, but or the people who answer it actually tell you show you what their credentials are, or like with some kind of little thing on their profile, and then they actually give you a more detailed answer than just some simple troll like answer. Like not too long ago, a guy was asking about how basically how the gears on a car work or whatever. Yeah, you'd be surprised though, 'cause, man, there are a lot of people who are not even remotely mechanically inclined. So, man, I can understand that, but same, that's I don't know. It kind of seems like just basic math stuff to me too, in a way. But even for me, it's like that kind of thing. It makes a lot more sense to me because I've personally worked on my own cars, and I've never cracked open a transmission, but I know how and basically how it works. But I use the bicycle analogy to explain to him how different it works, like with the different gear ratios. Yep. Yeah. I told him about gear ratios and then mechanical advantage and torque and all that. So the more mechanical advantage you have, the more torque you can put into it. But then, so and the faster the what was it the because they have names for that in different gears. One is the operator, and the other's operatee, I think, or something like that. It's kind of explaining to him the smaller the end is that you have to operate yourself, the easier it is to spin, but you have to spin it really fast and to get any movement out of the other end. Versus the bigger the operator gear is over compared to what you're pushing, you lose a mechanical advantage and it takes more work, but you can go faster. Yeah, but that was basically what I explained to him. I know you know, but then he had asked me. He actually commented, "Thanks for the really great explanation." And he had a couple like follow-up questions about like clutch slipping and like RPM changes and stuff. Uh, what do you have? What do you have going on? Oh, okay. They ended up finding out on that. I think it was John Farber or somebody had asked about the JCT store. Yeah, and I didn't realize they had a like a backpack in there that would interest me. So, because a lot of times the longevity reward thing they give you, a lot of stuff that doesn't interest me at all. But I'm like, oh wait, I could use one of those. I'll have to take a look at that one. I don't remember quite. All right. Yeah, I did order the backpack, and it's supposed to be getting delivered to my house eventually. I don't know when it'll be there, or maybe it already is there, and I don't know. So do you have the pullover, or how thick is it? Okay, so just enough to maybe help you in like 30, 40, 50-degree weather or something. But all right. See, I remember the Carhartt jacket thing on there. I'm like, I don't care about Carhartt. I don't support that brand ever. So, I mean, I don't not like I have a problem with it, but I feel like I'm a freaking NASCAR racer mechanic or something if I'm wearing that or something. Okay. Huh. Speaking of hunting, yeah, I've never actually done any real hunting, like with a license and all that. I've done. Okay. Oh, is that what that is? Oh, okay. Oh. Yeah, anyway, I've talked to Sean a few times about possibly going hunting with him at some point in time. Cause he has hunting experience. The most I've ever done. Dude, you better hurry up. So I'm not slowing my ass down for your ass. And I'm going up a hill anyway. You can hit your damn gas pedal. I'm not slowing down. Um, Yeah, most I've ever hunted for was like jackrabbits and stuff, and cottontails that I never had any intent on eating. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing what it's like to maybe hunt for deer or elk or something along that line. And 'cause I like deer, I love deer meat. Now, does the deer season start at different times for each state, or is it like a federal thing? Okay. Yeah, because I was always in the impression that deer season in my area, or if you want to call it any kind of a deer season, I wanted to say at least parts of it started in like October or something. And then I guess what is it? When the season starts, it's only archers first or something like that, and then they then they open it later to fire rifle users or something like that. I forget. Ah, so I assume you've hunted before with the license and all that. Oh, okay. God damn it! Tired of these damn on ramps here. I'm in Columbia right now, Missouri. I can't go past one freaking on ramp without there being damn cars coming on and come on, you're gonna back off or not? Yeah, that really works. Moving over to a lane that doesn't even exist, the lane is ending, and I'm trying to hint at them back off. Because I had my turn signal on and I was looking over there waiting for them to back off before I was going to move over. They, no, they think they're far enough back, and I'm like, okay, I'll sit here and wait for you to give me this until you to back off where I want you to be, and then I'll get over. If I think you're right next to the, like only 10 feet away from my ass end, though, sorry, I'm not moving. These people have no concept whatsoever for what's actually safe and reasonable following distance. Yeah. Yeah, and I'll be going to the state that I actually like the most as far as their driver habits are concerned. Yep. I mean, you can't say they're perfect, but they're they're a lot better than most other pretty much anywhere I can think of as a whole. I mean, usually the only ones I see giving me problems are over there, like or say trying to pass me on the right when I'm trying to finish getting around somebody or whatever. Or I think half the time they don't even have Nebraska plates on their car. It's a nice looking Mercedes AMG E53. Yeah, I'm live on YouTube right now, by the way. You can see it right now in front of me if you're on there. Ah, you got no data connection when you're on the phone. Ah, okay. I don't think I've tried that yet with to see if I can have. Well, actually, yeah, I had a YouTube yesterday playing, and while you and I were on the phone, and I think nope. I was on the same phone that I was talking to you on. But now, I think you said you were not able to hear me or something along that line now, or you couldn't hear the music, or I forget. And I was talking about that Nightwish video. Yeah, and then because at the time I wasn't airing, broadcasting live. It was just us on the phone, and I was queuing up stuff to put in my voice reader. I happened to come across that, and it was playing while I was on the phone with you, but I don't think you were able to hear me or something. And then I asked you if you were able to hear the music, and I thought you said no. Yeah, and then were you on there when that other dude said something about getting corn dogs? Oh, okay. Yeah, see that other guy who was on there at the same time as you had said something about, can we stop for corn dogs? And I didn't catch the corn dog reference by the guy on the CB, but because I could, his accent was too thick for me. I couldn't figure out what the hell he was talking about. I Yeah, but then I got a little confused by why is this guy on my channel saying something about stopping for corn dogs? That was twice. He did it on the other stream too, and I was like, is this guy like making some like surreptitious homosexual kind of comment or something? I don't know. Is that some kind of code or something? Because Oh, okay, yeah, because me being a little sick-minded too at times, I was like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, yeah, I was like, I'm trying to translate that into something. Why would someone say that? It's Yeah, exactly. We all have dirty minds, so like, what kind of dirty mind? I don't know. Let's see. The Q part is that's queer, right? Is it? Oh, okay. I never heard the questioning part. Interesting. Oh, it's lesbian, gay, bisexual, transsexual, or something like that. Is No, I thought I heard like Cuban queer or something, but I saw somebody's stand-up comedy routine not long ago where they were making fun of that whole thing. I can't remember if it was like Jeff Dunham or Dave Chappelle or somebody else who I was watching, but it was really funny though. Basically, kind of something along the line of how they had the whole alphabet covered, as or whatever, and that there were only certain letters left that could be used for other people or other stuff. Something along that line. It was, yeah, it was funny. I mean, it could have been Dave Chappelle, but I don't know. Yeah, you're younger. I'm not surprised. Yeah, yeah, of course. I grew up more around a lot of his stuff. Not just not just his TV show that he had, but even movies that he was in, like Men in wait, that Robin Hood Men in Tights. Did you ever see that movie? Right? You know, when I first heard about that movie, I refused to watch it because I thought it was this, like, what the why the hell would I watch this stupid? I can't stand musical movies, and I had this feeling that it was like me like one of those stupid like Mary Poppin kind of whatever bullshit movies that I can't stand. And then, well, it is for everybody. It's just mm, my cup of tea. Is sure as hell isn't by any stretch. To an extent, yeah. More the music. I guess it's more like what do you call them? Chorals or not even chorals. More like to me, it's like a jingle or something. I don't I don't even know how to best describe the kind of music that's in those kind of like those musical dramas or whatever you call them that are more popular. See, I think he was trying to get me to honk my horn. A van full of people. So, all right. He wasn't looking at me though. He just kind of raising his hands up and down like he wanted me to honk, but wasn't actually looking at me. So I'm like, is okay? Is he looked like he was just having a conversation with somebody in the van. All right. Yeah, I just always had a I've always had a difficult time with those musical kind of movies that are a lot more popular with my parents' generation. There's certain ones yeah, I didn't mind, like Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. That was kind of a musical drama. That's probably why I liked it. Oompa doompa doompity doo. Oh, I hated that movie. That was a terrible remake. Not at all. It was a little. The character was too far out there and eccentric for my taste. I mean, not even remotely. I mean, at least Gene Wilder and Willy Wonka. Yeah, his character was an eccentric, but he was also a more believable, like, and relatable kind of eccentric. That's in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Oh, okay. I'm trying to remember which. I don't remember the character names in that one very well. Which that's what I thought. The guy, the silver spoon one, whatever, wanted everything, and yeah, yeah. You gotta give the girl credit who played her though. If you were that, I mean, if you really wanted to smack the crap out of the character because of it, it's like she must have done a really good job making that, yeah, making that character's personality very convincing. Yeah, right. Yeah, my parents either. Yeah, those were all things I was raised with. If I ever say one thing disrespectful to my mom, my dad would have my ass. Um, battling, I think, drinking problem yeah, for a while, and he wasn't abusive, but yeah, 'cause I didn't really tend to like. Yeah, then he, where are you? Where are you? He's or he's really, but he'll post stuff on his Facebook just to I think it's sometimes entertaining watching people get all pissed off at. Yeah, when we were at work or whatever, I would always listen to. It wasn't me playing it; it would just happen to be what they had on or whatever. Or like when I take my dad to work, it was his favorite channel, KFI 640 AM on the radio. Okay, he was always on there listening to talk radio. Um, and then when I get through dropping him off at work and go to school, and I would change the station, or sometimes I'd listen to it still, but then I caught myself always getting pissed off at the things I would hear on there. Like People's Republic of Santa Monica is trying to do this or that, and talking about how stupid the thing is, or how or whatever. And it's funny as my uncle used to be the mayor of Santa Monica, so and he's very liberal minded. So it's like, so you guys are talking trash about my uncle here and his people, and not that I have the same belief as him, but and I'm not gonna lie, a lot of some of the things that they were talking about with that or in other areas or even in U.S. and world politics have just pissed me off. And like, who the hell you guys think you are trying to control me like that? Yeah, so I finally realized, you know what, the best thing for me to do is just shut it off, walk away, put my hands up, and just realize, you know what, I can't do anything about this kind of stupidity, and I'm just gonna adapt to whatever. I'll have my own ideals still, but I'll adapt where I can, and I don't need this stress. Well, I can see using NPR for like the financial stuff or whatever, but God, it's like sick of politics. It's like, how about I let me absorb whatever information there is out there, and then let me decide on my own how I feel about it, and that's just that way it is. Ah, hey, real quick, I hate to interrupt real quick. Sean's calling in. Want me to patch him in? All right, hang on. Hey, hang on. All right. All right. We all here? All right. What's up? Who do you think? Yeah. Really? So, from my understanding, right, she was showing frustration with you not giving her enough money or something, or yeah. Come on, people quit hanging out. Good. I got a feed up on YouTube right now. I don't think so, but I don't know. I don't. I don't think they can hear. I think they can only hear my end, but yeah. Well, and then I don't know. If, I can't speak of your situation, but based on what it sounds like, from my personal end of it, if it was me, I'd be like, well, you, you don't have dependents. You can get a job and make some more money if you want more money. 'Cause- Yeah. Wait, when she said which part to you? So what? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Yeah, if you're just gonna be a leech and just be at home doing nothing except for spend my money, then why am I with you? Nah, hell no. It's one thing if you're going to be helping to raise my kids or something, and and it's more, it's the kids take time or whatever, and you or something along the line. But even then, I'm like, yeah, you guys don't have that situation though, so yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, go ahead, finish your statement. Yeah, yeah, I never do, except for times when she was with you, Sean, and I'd meet you guys in person or something. And all right, yeah, because that time when you guys had those other issues before, and she made a second profile, and and she kind of stopped using the original one. Yeah, I've not been on her friends list ever since, and yeah, her decision. I don't really care. I'm not one who goes trying to friend people anyway. It's I mean, if you friend me, great. It's I mean, would you say there's depression there then, or maybe she's just overly comfortable with the situation she's in, or what? Yeah, I hate to say it, but that's a lot of women for you. A lot of women always want to, to have someone who can just provide for to provide for me domestically, but she also has her own job, and then I reciprocate it. I have a job, and then I also do stuff. Hey, what's up, James? Yeah, I got what? Sort of hear both sides of the conversation. I don't know what that means. Getting apartment though. Do fogger? I All right. Anyway, Harrisburg. So you got your company yard or something? Oh, okay. You know what's funny is right before I started my pre-trip today, I was in Petro in line, getting in line to pay for my drink and food I got, and a Chicago song came on. Yeah, look away. Yeah, it kind of had me wondering if you were when you were doing the tour for them. Were you there like listening to any of their watching any of their performances, or do you go back to your truck or what? Oh, okay. So yeah, it kind of made me wonder if you've heard that song before, the one I was listening to. Look away. Yeah, because that song is not one of the songs that Peter Cetera sung. It was a different one. I mean, it was one of their other members sung that sings it. I'll I'll send you like a YouTube file of it or a video of it or something. So see if you recognize it later on. So so you guys didn't really have much conversation at all until it was time for money to come to her or something, or yeah. And then what kind of impressions does that give a guy who's not being communicated with? Uh huh. Hey, if your attention's not on communicating with me, it must be on something else or somebody else. Yep. No hard feelings needed. Just now you have your personal aspirations you're looking to get to, and just think of it. Now you don't have anybody there to interfere with your pursuit of the personal things you want to do. Yeah. Well, it's learning the experience there. But you're young and you're gonna over time develop ideals on what really matters to you in a woman, and who really is the right kind of I guess companion or a person for you to devote your time to. Uh, oh boy. Yeah. Yeah. Huh? Yeah, because that entire statement was completely Greek to me. I had no clue what the hell you were talking about. So you went to Giant Eagle, which is a supermarket, and then what? You something poor people? Okay. Well, where was this at? I don't know the demographic of Harrisburg very well. I would imagine that has something to do with it, though, or at least even the part of Harrisburg that you were in could have had a lot to do with it. Mhm. Of course, then again, when I was in the Walmart fleet, there was a Sam's Club store in Sacramento that I used to deliver to. Right next to it in the same parking lot as the Walmart. Oh my God, night and day difference with the people who go in both stores. I mean, Sam's Club, it was more of a mix of, like more, maybe anything between lower and upper class, and but even the lower class people, you could tell, were kind of well-to-do kind of people. And then I went over to Walmart, like because I'd get through delivering with my delivery, and then I'd just walk over to Walmart or something and do stuff. And oh man, it was like more like lower to middle end of the spectrum, and it was mostly people who look like they wouldn't turn down some methamphetamine or pot or whatever else. Yep, be different from each other. Yeah, I see that a lot in like eastern Arkansas too. And where else? What? Oh, I'm like, what the hell is this? I finally figured out you're trying to call Clay, but it was like so fast and not clear that I couldn't figure out what the hell it was. Starting to talk the way my wife does there, Sean. She talks so damn fast that like, and then because the audio quality that comes through, it's like, huh? What the? I get frustrated fast because I can't understand anything. Don't veer for deer. Man, that's so true. There's one of those those roadside trailer sign things, whatever. It just passed. It said, "Don't veer for deer." I guess you think maybe they have problems here with people crashing because they swerve to avoid deer. Yeah, that's kind of over my head too. Which truck? Because I think I missed the first part of that because I'm busy watching traffic and stuff. Okay, so the one you're in now. Okay. I'm glad someone was paying attention to what I was saying because apparently the person who said what we were saying and I asked the question to is going to completely ignore it. Whatever. It's pretty obvious when you were the one talking, and I'm trying to figure out what the hell you were talking about. Yeah, the best thing you can do in that situation is try to just not be involved at all. Yeah, it's hard not to when you know both of them. What are you working on anyway, Sean? Ah, you got hardware available, or you got to go to a hardware store to get the hardware, or what? That's a good temp fix, I guess. What? I can't keep doing this. If I can't understand anything, I'm not going to continue this conversation. Sorry. It, all right, I'll talk to you later. What's up? No, I don't. I can't stand being talked to like that. And I don't know what. I understand he's in a pissy mood, but don't fucking talk to me like that. I'm not gonna sit here and, like I say, I'm wasting my time on a conversation if I can constantly have no idea what the hell is being said. And he wants to get a little fucking attitude like that, then fuck off. When he's in a better mood and wants to actually put a little more effort into speaking a little more clearly, because it's not like talking right in person. It's hard to understand. Yeah, his mind's all over the place. Every freaking minute he's got something else on his mind. It's more all about just getting random thoughts off his mind and not really having a real bona fide conversation. Is what I get. You know, and it's this isn't a one-way conversation. It's a three-way. You know, me, you, and him all together. And it's there's no point in me being in the conversation if I constantly can't understand a damn thing. And well, I made it easy. I hung up. I'm not gonna sit there and continue to like. I was about to say something when he said "shut the fuck up." He was just saying it kind of. I thought it was being playful about it at first, so I kind of let it pass. But at the same time, I was kind of annoyed too. Yeah, so yeah, sorry you had to be involved in that. It just, I mean, it was normal. Normally, I don't have that kind of exchange with him at all. Yeah, yeah. I have a whole bunch of deaths here. I've got 5 crosses here altogether at the 70.8, almost 71 mile marker. Yeah. You know, you're right too, because the more I've only I've been on the road for looks like 78 miles or so. I've seen so many deer and even a coyote or two on the roadkill on the side of the road. It's like holy crap, man! This must be like active deer season right now or something. Oh, okay. So they mate during the fall and like this time. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I thought I remember they're always having their offspring in the springtime. Yeah, I just didn't know how long they gestate for though. So you started in Havasu, was it, or somewhere else? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm thinking I'll probably end up somewhere in Nebraska. I just don't know where yet. Thinking, I don't know, maybe, God, what, Big Spring or what's that other, brain farting on the name of that other town over by, just east of Big Spring. No, the one that's really close to Big Spring. The one with the TA. That's that weird name. Ogallala. That's it. Yeah. I thought it started with an O, but I kept getting Ochalada in my head, and I know it's damn well it's not Ochalada. It just that was the first O word that comes to my mind, and like what? So it interferes with what I'm trying to think of. Hello? Yeah, now I can. Where you at? Sun Valley. Oh, okay, Eastern Arizona. Okay. Yeah. See, it's funny. It's like a night and day difference in the clarity between hearing you and then between hearing him. It's like your voice I can hear crystal clear. And maybe it's because you're on a headset, and it's also the quality, I guess the quality of your voice too. There are certain other people where I have a hard time understanding them naturally, and then on top of that, if they're not on a headset or whatever, and they're on something with a not so good microphone, like my wife's phone, the microphone on that thing is a piece of crap. Oh, she's got a good phone, but the thing is terrible. Even just a slightest movement, like of the phone, like even just a fraction of an inch movement on her face or something, I can tell differences. And she doesn't even think she's moving the phone, but I'm like, you're doing something over there. It's causing it to, and it would drive me nuts. I can't understand any of it. Huh, what kind of headset do you have? Oh, no wonder. Yeah, those things don't last that long before you have to recharge them, don't they? Yeah, see, I got a Blue Tiger Elite. It actually lasts a pretty good amount of time, and uh, forget the money. Just save up your rewards points and get one. I've yeah, I've never spent a dime on a headset. I've had like three different headsets, and actually I've even gotten a couple for my wife, and every single time I've always used rewards points to get them. Oh, come on. Frickin' U-Haul van. I'm trying to pass him up. Now he's gaining speed coming down the hill. Meanwhile, I got a long nose coming up behind me soon and want to get out of this lane. Oh, good. They lost their speed at the bottom. How much is it? What the? What the hell kind? What on earth do you get for that much? What exactly quality and options or whatever do you get? Yeah, I'm not spending that much on a headset like that until I actually test it out first and actually know what its design is and all that. And Because that one you have, I used to have one of those, but I had a problem where because of my head size, now it was the you know how you have that little metal telescoping part that comes out of the body. Okay, because the head, my size, the size of my head, and the way the thing, the telescoping part curves naturally. It was always putting strain on the casing. So eventually, before, yeah, after so many months, it got to where the casing actually broke, and I couldn't even keep the telescoping on there part on there correctly. It was, I mean, it would keep trying to twist sideways on me every time. So I ended up, I had the BC 350 XT or whatever the hell it was called. Yeah, that's the same one I had. Yeah, the 450 looked like it has a more robust design on it, but the 350, which the one you have and the one that I did have, it it didn't work out for me. Who's that? Yeah. I'm getting passed by another JCT driver. He must be one of the 72-mile-an-hour trucks that are ungoverned now. Maybe he owns his truck because yeah, he's look like he's doing more than 72. So yeah, I bet he's got a paid off truck and doesn't have a governor on it. Yeah, but you inched fast. See, someone doing 72 against a 70-mile-an-hour truck would feel like me passing yeah, like a Swift or Werner or maybe even like one of the LTL trucks. No, not Prime. Yeah, you can tell you're going faster than him, but not by a lot. Yeah, this guy was clearly going more than 2 miles an hour faster than me. Yeah, but like I said, a half a mile an hour difference. It's inching by. And even at 2 mile an hour difference, like I said, the feel that I have when I'm passing a truck that I know is 68, 67 miles an hour, this guy passed me faster than what that feeling was. Or, yeah, and it's yeah, it's a red Peterbilt. He didn't have a truck number on the side though, but he's got JCT decals on it. The Peterbilts. Yeah, they were all pretty much in the same, as far as I know, in the same number range as where mine is. You know, like 3300s, maybe 3200s, and maybe early 3400s. And yeah, a lot of the Peterbilts that they got at all were red. So I consider myself lucky. I got a blue one like I wanted. You know, I wouldn't be against that. Yeah, yeah, like a deeper purple. Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't want one of the lighter toned ones, but yeah, like you're saying, like I don't know what the color names are. Like a, yeah, you're kind of saying much darker or medium kind of tone. Yeah, I'd go for that. Yeah, that's the downfall with mine too. Is when it gets dirty, it shows up easily. I think the white ones I think would be the lead. Uh, I'm wondering if that's the. I think it might be the oversized guy with his escort up ahead of me. Yeah, they really would be best to use a different channel, especially with what they have going on. There could be other conversations going on 19, and for for good reason, and could interfere with what they're doing. Not to mention their conversations can interfere with general stuff that 19 is supposed to be used for. It's not easy. People always use you to find out about the other person, and then next thing you know, everybody's mad at everybody. Yep. Yeah. There's someone I know at CR England. He's had issues with his ex, and I don't even know the woman. And all of a sudden, this one day, she sends me a message on Messenger trying to get intel about him or whatever. Like asking if he still drives for England. Like, they kind of went into quiet mode, whatever, and left the group that I used to be in. So like, I really don't know, but I think he's still with them. That was about it. Then she was trying to get me to communicate with him, whatever, for this or that. I'm like, sorry, I'm not getting involved in this. That's between you and him. Like, I don't want to get all in your guys' business. It seems that way, doesn't it? Oh yeah, a lot of them are at a Central Cal too, aren't they? Yeah, usually like Indian companies, especially, but I think there's some others I've seen too. I still got a truck near the back end of me, and I'm in the right. I'm slowly gaining on the oversized. I can't tell what's typical. I got Prime, and then I got an oversized carrying. Has like back. Yeah, U-Haul, you're not getting past me. You're that same idiot who was in my way earlier. Whatever. Huh. He's looking at Prime's antenna set up on his. He's got a Fire Stick like me. The bird perch. Or the Combined Transport Incorporated, Central Oregon. Now I got a rock and a hard spot situation here. Go around this, move in front of this oversized and get behind a minivan that I have no interest in being behind, or but the minivan's going to speed where I don't know. Oh, good. Now they decided to speed up to pass the guy with the escort. Uh, yeah, if it's my truck, I can make it. I assume that's where you're wanting to get fuel at, is the Flying J in Albuquerque or something? Ah, okay. Starting to work my way past the escort vehicle on the oversized load. Hudson's Pilot Car Service out of Gleason, Tennessee. What is that thing? I don't know if that's part of one of them wind turbines or what. It's one of those big things with the white tarp on it. It's got like three big openings on it. That's what I was thinking too. Yeah. Ah, shit. That pretty bad way station coming up. Shit, shit, shit. And I'm not passing this oversized fast enough where I think I'll easily be able to get over. Look like I might have enough. Yeah, I got past them early enough where I should be able to. Thanks. Looks like the station. I think the station's closed anyway. I see red lighting up there. All right, and even if it is open, I get green light now. What's up? Let's see. So 153. So it puts you about to 320 or so, a little just east of 320 in Arizona. So you're just about to Navajo Travel Center. Let's see. I got about 15 miles to go to get to the Oak Grove area, and then I'll start getting into the Kansas City area traffic. Yeah. No, I'm gonna take 435 over to 29, and then 29 and 277.80. Yeah, yeah. I thought about taking a Denver route also, but and I'll just go ahead and take take a cut across 29. I-70 Speedway. It's like non-existent. Yeah, I know they used to have one in Riverside, right? Yeah, right by where the Moreno Valley Mall is now is where it used to be, and I never that sucked because it was a road track too. I mean Sonoma. Talking about NASCAR? If you're talking about like NASCAR, whatever the cup is called now. Now the only tracks are Fontana Auto Club, Auto Club Raceway or Speedway, and then up north in the Bay Area, you got Sonoma Raceway. Yeah, Sonoma's that road track up there, and then California Speedway or whatever you want to call it, it's actually a super speedway. Yeah, wouldn't be bad. I sometimes like stopping there. Yeah, because you and I both shut down for our tens there at one time, I think. Yeah. Or you just stop there for a break, or you press it on, or what? Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm trying to do too. I didn't get quite as far last night as I wanted to because I mean I probably could have pushed all the way to Boonville, but I was kind of iffy. It was gonna be really tight, and there were a lot of spots open at Petro in Kingdom City, so decided to stop there instead. I was only, yeah, I was like 1,220 miles left, so I figured I'll just run a couple of 610s or so, I'll be there. Oh, great, the same U-Haul driver in my way again. Hey, you want to take a while and guess what kind of person's driving it? No, nope, a woman. At least I think it is. Oh, come on, I got a Chevy pickup. I'm trying to get around the moving van, and Chevy driver kind of lollygagging his way past. Huh, damn it! Oh, this freaking idiot mini moving van speeding back up. Slowing back down. Yeah, going down a hill and it's slowing down, then speed up going uphill. I don't get that. I think I was doing 70 when this person passed me earlier. Or maybe it is a guy. I can't tell. His head a little bit too far back in the from the B pillar for me to get a good enough look at who it is. Oh God! And I'm getting ready to pass a truck parking area too. I'm like, this is one of those places, situations where I'd usually just get off the road and stop for a few minutes, so they're nowhere near me, and then get back on the road. All right. Yeah, I don't worry. Yeah, I'm gonna snack on my little sandwich here anyway, and got Kansas City coming up before long anyway. All right, man. Okay. All right. Gotta love Raider Express tracks. These guys have to be the slowest trucks on the road. Almost to Oak Grove, Missouri now. God, about 5 miles away. I don't plan to stop there, but so yeah, just in case you're just tuning in, you have an idea where I'm at. Westbound I-70, exit 31 coming up. Bates City and Napoleon. No, I don't want that U-Haul truck passing me. past the whole Kansas City area and into a little more, hopefully quiet travel area, I'll get some more of the voice reader stuff going, like the Quora questions and answers, whatever. So I don't care about making money off YouTube. I don't have a subscriber count for it anyway. I can always play music too if you guys are interested. US 40 coming up. That's a 22, was it? 24? Yeah, 24 I think. 22s and 4s in there. Highway 2 to the Loves up there. It's not too much further than that. Yeah, I could even, I think, yeah, I could probably even get into Lincoln as well. Isn't that where Carl lives? Somewhere in that neck of the woods. Building here. Storetropolis, I think. Is that a storage company or something? I don't know. Or I don't know if that was the name of the contractors doing the work. Okay, yeah. So I'll be a little bit out of the way there, not too far, but let's see how I'm feeling when I get up that way too. I'll just feel like getting out of the truck for a little bit and stretch, whatever. Or, yeah, right. For my 30-minute breaks, I do like to take it right at the midpoint of the shift. And I plan to do 610, somewhere around about 610 miles, maybe a little more today. Ideally, at least half of the remaining distance. Taking a wild guess, that'll put me in around the Big Spring area in Nebraska or Ogallala, somewhere around there. They would put me in that ballpark. Oh, it is closer. Okay, 470. Is that the same one? Yeah. I think it was 435, but maybe it's 470. Yeah, I think 470 wrap around up on the north side to 435, and then take 435 over to 29. Definitely plenty of cars on 470 though. ballpark from what I thought. Well, it's fun they got rid of that U-Haul truck at least. Yeah, I'm already past 18. I'm at 12.6 right now. I'm in between 470 and 435. Is 3 minutes away. Downtown Kansas City, 10 minutes. Of course, it is a Saturday. There's always that option too. I could just go downtown and get on 29 right there in the downtown area. Not really going to be commute hours at this time anyway. Go downtown and have at least get a chance shot of the Kansas City skyline, and I don't know if you'll be able to see it very well from the phone, but well, Arrowhead Stadium is right there, literally right in front of us right now. Stadium the Royals playing. I always loved that stadium too. But if this road were to not curve at all, it would run me right into the stadium. have. I used to gamble more when I was younger, and I always had fun doing it, but just don't have the interest in it that I used to. And sometimes I'll go there to the casino just to eat or something. Like I stopped at Twin Arrows Casino east of Flagstaff just maybe a few weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago. I wasn't even remotely tempted to touch any machines or tables though. It's just a matter of going in there to eat and use the restroom, really. And my version of gambling is actually investing my money, where it's more highly likely to get me something. Vegas is only a 2-hour drive from me, and that was, to go to any of the big casinos there. The place everybody always wants to eat at is buffets. But I've kind of learned to equate buffet food with questionable quality. Like sometimes you'll get good quality food, sometimes you won't. I know some of them also have like just regular restaurants too that are really, really good. Prospect, I want to say I used to do stuff off of. I don't remember. Yeah, it's about right because it's one of the train tracks. I think it's over on the southwest side, over on the Kansas side. So I can see the skyline directly to my left. Fratelli's, talking about the pizza place, or is there some other Fratelli's? Got over. I know you were tempted to. Mile marker 3.8. Just for that 70 west part, I don't know. Let me over.
driveway past Front Street. Right shoulder. Front Street's the same street that you go down that road and the Flying J's down there. Hate stopping there. Yeah, my first year driving, there was a homeless man that actually got ran over and killed by a trucker there. What had happened was, apparently this is a thing that homeless people do, to keep warm or something in the, in some colder weather. Sometimes they might sleep underneath the trailer of a truck, particularly if the truck has side skirts on it. I was going to happen to be sleeping, I guess, underneath the tires, or near the tires on the trailer, and the driver decided to pull out without actually doing a pre-trip or safety check, whatever you want to call it, and pulled out of their spot and ran them over. But he's walking to the building. It was in Arizona, if I remember right. I can't remember if it was at the Flying J in Winslow or over in Kingman or whatever. I remember the driver was walking toward the building, and one of the drivers who was in the fuel island was waiting in line basically, and decided to back up to go to an adjacent lane. He tried, he was actually looking at his mirrors, and I guess the sun was restricting his view on one of them, and he thought it was clear. He had his four-ways on and all that, from what I remember right, and backed up and ended up running over the driver who was walking past his trailer. Truck stops are no joke when it comes to needing to pay really close attention to details, and always have a great awareness of what's going on around you. I almost got ran over once myself by a guy, it was like a TA or Petro. I want to say a TA. I wanted to say it was like in Kentucky or Tennessee or somewhere. All I remembered was I was parked behind the fuel island and had to walk through the fuel island to get to my truck, to get back there from the building. And there were a couple of trucks that I saw coming toward the base of the fuel area from the right. First guy I saw, he turned into the fuel island, one of the nearby lanes. And he saw me, it was no problem. But then the guy who was behind him, who I had already seen driving around earlier before I went in the building, came around the back side of him. Whereas I saw him, but he never saw me. He had no idea I was there. So because I didn't know what he was up to, I stopped in my tracks to make sure I knew what he was going to do first. Next thing I know, he's doing a button-up turn right into my path. No, actually, I'm standing in place. I'm getting on I-29 there. Yeah, if I hadn't moved, he would have ran me over. And I was looking at him eye to eye, well, not eye to eye, but I was looking straight at him the whole time and seeing where his attention was, and his eyes were glued to the fuel lane he was going for. He had no idea I was even there. could be even worse than Jolly because they allow lane splitting, of course, as you guys probably all know. People aren't used to that. And a lot of times people just see what's in front of them and maybe right behind them too and don't know what's on the sides. So they go to finally to move over and all of a sudden there's a motorcycle there. To be completely honest, I've had that same problem in the past where, I mean, even sometimes where it's one of those reminders, hey, I'm not paying enough attention to the road. Or, you know, everything going on around me. Anytime anybody comes up on me by surprise, it's a big, huge hit to me. Hey, you need to wake up and pay more attention. Not fixate my eyes on any one thing for too long. That's the big part, that big problem that people have. Myself included, everybody does. Okay, so this way I can, just gonna move left, back to the right, but that four-wheeler's getting ready to pass me over there. I'll move over when you guys let me move over. Okay. Pickup that was going to come up behind me decided to check up and signal over to the left and pass me the right way. There's a little thank you wave on the way past me. Guys, this black Ford pickup here, he's coming up kind of fast on the right side. He's the one who decided to get behind me and pass on the left. Yeah, that's no joke. It's got to be hard on people who are in the first responder kind of career fields. I heard it's especially rough on them when it's an innocent baby or young child involved who it's not even their fault. I think they're a little bit less inclined to sympathize with people or empathize, whatever, when the person directly had a role in their own demise, but it's always really bad to see little kids suffer needlessly. And I'm not gonna lie, when I was in the Air Force and I'd always go to Oklahoma City for conferences, I'd regularly go over to the OKC Memorial. It was with these guys. And then usually it'd always be someone with me who'd never been to it before, so I would take them to it. And if you've never been to that museum before, that's right next to the where the actual blast was. Downstairs they have like a kind of a circular room. In the middle they have like a circular display thing in there with there's that cubby area, cubby hole, whatever things with that represent each and every single one of the victims. What was that, 168 or so victims, or if I remember right, something like that. But and then there's more of those curio cubby display things on along the walls. You see the little kids there who were killed. They were in the daycare facility at the building when it got hit. Yeah, it actually made me tear up seeing that. Also made me extremely mad, like furious when I saw that. with and be able to fully recover too, like not break a neck or anything serious like that. That's hard to believe. Story about, I hate to be all morbid and talk about this. Maybe just talk about this one and then move on to something else just in case it's upsetting to other people. But you ever hear the story about how Eric Clapton wrote his song Tears in Heaven? What the inspiration was? Yeah, that's true. Now that's another one, since you mentioned it, a TV show that I started to watch for a bit on Hulu recently that apparently it's been out for a few years, and one of my friends is a big fan of the show, but I wasn't really familiar with it. It sounded interesting. I started watching it. I'll get more to that in a little bit, but anyway, that'll be the next topic there, I guess. Yeah, and it kind of goes along with what you just said there, Brian. Okay, Tears in Heaven, going back to that, now that I've seen your answer, is, from my understanding, I don't know if this is a real story, but I believe it is. I guess Eric had a young son or something, and I guess he lived he was staying or living or whatever on like the 56th floor or something along that line. It was high up on a tall building though, and I guess the kid ended up on a balcony or something and then fell to his death from the balcony. Is that a cop? Can't tell. That sign's in the way. I can't tell that's just a minivan parked or a cop. Yeah, just a minivan, it looks like. Or SUV, whatever. Same difference. Okay, so the TV show I was talking about, though, is the show 911. I don't watch a lot of TV. I don't tend to pilot episode, and I guess they're in season 4 now, if I remember hearing right, or seeing right, or whatever. I had never even heard of the damn show. But some of that stuff fascinates me. Like House MD, that was another favorite show of mine. Why? Because the dry humor of it, I guess, and then also there's always the chases in there are always, I just find fascinating, even if they're, even if some of the screenplay or whatever you want to call it is embellished, and of course they needed to be entertaining, but it's actually at least somewhat believable the way they had it set up on House. But 911, I was watching it for a bit, and then I don't know, I just kind of started getting a little bit frustrated with it, because particularly with the police scene, where it seems like the only police officer that even exists in the whole Bay Area there. I think it was San Francisco area where it's set up. Is the one female, it's a black female who's a police officer. And I understand to kind of show the family life and all and everybody else, but then you have these like law enforcement type of scenes, and she's the only one ever in the picture. And some of the situations, like, no, this is so way. I know for sure this is not even remotely close to what regular police protocol is, because I have law enforcement friends, like yourself, and a former neighbor of mine's a city police officer in Pomona, California, and in the Air Force Reserve who were cops in their in their normal daytime job or real life jobs, whatever. Not to mention YouTube. There are a couple guys I like to watch. Mike the Cop. I don't know if you're familiar with him. I talked about him yesterday, I think. He's always got interesting insights. So yeah, I always like to see what it's kind of like you guys watching me with or some of you guys, like not you, Eric, but those of you who don't drive for a living, you know, might want to experience life through the eyes of a trucker, or just kind of see what real life as a trucker is like, and not just this ice road trucker shit or whatever. You know, and so same thing for me. I like to live vicariously through other people, and don't try to pass. Give them a chance to move, dummy. You see their turn signal on, just relax. Good God. Like, to be fair, the Ford, you know, what's this, Expedition or whatever, driver should have been over earlier, but she at least did signal to the right before the truck started to, the other guy started to want to pass her. That's another YouTuber I love to watch. But one of those two was talking about how when cops are in the use of force situation, you know, there's always a question of why didn't they use a taser or some other non-lethal means. And whoever it was talking about how if they're the only officer available, then they always go to the lethal force first. You know, that way if the non-lethal force fails to work, then they, you know, because they might not have time to get to their lethal force multiplier and still protect themselves. And they only use non-lethal force like a taser if normally if there's another officer present who has a lethal force multiplier as a backup. But you know, so considering that I'm going to 911. There's one, I know one of the scenes that kind of turned me off was, you know, this cop is like chasing after somebody, and in another one, she actually goes in the person's house. It just, you know, it got herself into a life or death situation with some psycho woman in there. Pretty much. You know, it just wasn't even remotely believable to me that a cop with their, I mean, any half-well trained cop would even do something that stupid. Which one are you talking about, Brian? Are you talking about Mike the Cop, or are you talking about active self-protection? I have a feeling you're talking about active self-protection, because I think I remember somebody talking about that page in Scotty's group a while back. I don't know, maybe it was you, or I don't know. Exit 18, Highway 92, Plant City, Smithville coming up. That's right, I think that's the same exit that has a QT. I can't remember stopping at before. Or was that off I-35? I forget. Yeah, this is one. on the other side of the freeway, on the south side of the overpass. Look, it's a good spot to stop for a truck. Overall, it's not the hugest place in the world, but yeah, I have stopped there before, and it is good. Oh yeah, not to mention this, not much further away, my favorite Dairy Queen. Conservation area, next right. Tracy. 24 miles to Joseph City. St. Joseph, what that? No, St. Joseph. Yeah, Joseph City's in Arizona. What the hell am I thinking? And as much as I'm really a snob when it comes to Mexican food, that Mexican place next to the Loves in St. Joseph, actually not bad. I call it the best one best Mexican restaurant I've been to, but it's half decent. Is this Rob, LAPD guy? Is he, that's also on YouTube, I assume. I'll have to check him out. I think I might have seen him before, I don't know. Not certain, but someone tells me I might have seen one or two of his videos before. Self-protection. I always like those self-defense scenarios that he presents that are like real actual events or actual incidents, I should say, and always interesting to get his take on things. Guy definitely knows his firearm safety, to tell you that. Station is open. I think I see a red sign up there, so I think it's closed. Kind of hard to see through the tree there, but I think, yeah, it looks like it's closed. Yeah, that makes sense. Because it's kind of like watching that Real PD show or whatever. Isn't that what it's called? Real Life PD or... I've watched that a few times and it looks like it's actually live, and I'm pretty sure it's actually live, and then they follow like 4 or 5 different departments around and they jump back and forth between different stops or incidents, whatever. Yeah, Live PD. They have so many that are like previous recording that half the time sometimes I don't know if I'm watching a previously recorded episode or an actual live episode at times. I haven't watched it very often anyway, but it does look kind of interesting at times. I can deal with that more than I can cops. I get tired of watching cops. I can't stand watching cops because, man, nothing against any of the episodes, but I actually get sick and tired of watching freaking low-life people and the stupid shit they do that always attracts the cops' attention. It's like, what does it take for people to get off drugs, get off the alcohol, or quit doing whatever these stupid crimes are they commit? And, you know, it just kind of maddens me that people are not, you know, that even just act that way. Yeah, and my wife likes to watch cops sometimes, mainly for background noise and stuff, but sometimes watch them like, I love her to death. Yeah, but at times when I'd be home, we definitely would have completely different tastes in what we want to watch. Or she'd always have those Real Housewives of whatever kind of shows, and oh my God, I hate that stuff. Thank God she doesn't watch the Kardashian show, whatever the hell it's called. Yeah, I bet it is. That's why when I get an opportunity, like if I'm at a restaurant or somewhere, yeah, even just grabbing a fast food, whatever. If I see a cop in line behind me, just like I do with the military too, I'll hook him up. I know there's a lot of crap that cops put up with that the public doesn't even see, and sometimes the cop might be an asshole only because of the pieces of crap they had to deal with right before, and I'm sure it gets to them. That's another set of shows that I just can't get into. I don't do this old mushy, hopeless romantic crap. To me, that's fairy tale crap. You read about it in books, that's not real life. My wife calls me a very romantic guy, but I don't think I am at all. As long as she appreciates me, I'm good. I appreciate her very much too. But yeah, the usual chivalrous stuff or whatever, you know, like candies and roses and whatever other kind of stuff. It's no. And don't expect anything from me for Valentine's Day or Mother's Day or whatever, and I don't want anything from you for those kind of days either. It's just silly crap that someone else made up to show somebody else special to them on a particular day, and it just happened to be now status quo. Everybody wants you to do the same thing the same day. Okay, we're 365 days a year. Why do I need to have one specific day set aside to show that kind of the love for the person or care that I have for them? I do that any day of the year. I don't need a day like that to remind me to do it. I couldn't tell what was in the back of that guy's trailer. I don't think it was a horse or... I couldn't tell. Didn't get a clear enough look at it. It might have been, well, I thought it might have been a cow or something, but I couldn't tell.
something commonly eaten in America that British people find strange or disgusting?
I already know
I'm
the
looking
answer.
for foods that are viewed as normal in America that British people can't understand. This question previously had details. They are now in a comment.
They always say
Richard
grits
Willis,
and
consultant. Answered October 31st, 2019.
biscuits and
Like a
gravy.
few others here have stated, I used to live in the UK and moved to the US 2 months ago. Everything here is too sweet. And it's not the candy or the sugar cereal that I'm talking about, it's the food that should be savory. It's immediate. As soon as you got to the supermarket, there are things that mention sweetness that shouldn't. After we had done our first regular shop, I was amazed at the overall sweetness of much of the food we bought. The worst offenders were the pre-made salads with dressing. I am a big fan of coleslaw. It's fresh, tart and savory in the UK. Here it was a flaccid, limp bundle of sweetness that went straight in the bin. Yes, I know I could make my own. I get that point. Secondly, we don't really have high fructose corn syrup in the UK, so anything that includes that immediately rings bells, as it's an odd flavor that's entirely alien to the UK palate.
Yeah, that's true.
326 views, view 3 upvoters. About the author.
Okay, so that reminds me now, because I've been to England several times. And maybe some of you guys have too. I have seen some of the answers that they've given to this question in the past, and they all seem to have a central theme. Is grits and biscuits and gravy are just strange to them. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm not from the South, so grits isn't. I don't care for grits or biscuits and gravy either. I like biscuits, and just pouring gravy over them. I don't know. I'm used to biscuits being like it's a side with my fried chicken or something, or I can eat the biscuit on its own and put butter in it and all that kind of stuff. That's not my idea of breakfast. But yeah, well, some of the things the guy was saying there is, he thinks this individual thinks our food is too sweet, but then most Americans, myself included, think a lot of English food is too bland. Maybe we just go to the places that just don't have such good cooks. I don't know, but they don't tend to have many flavors in their food. And I remember, with the high fructose corn syrup, because you know how a lot of soft drinks, they usually have high fructose corn syrup instead of sugar. Well, I remember going to a restaurant with all my friends because we were on our way to Turkey at the time, and we all went to downtown London area and ate at a place over there, and I've got Coca-Cola, whatever, and then I was wondering, like, why does this Coke taste a little weird or different? Not using it wasn't what I was expecting to taste. And I was looking because they had actually given us the can, so I look at the can and I realized it was actually using real sugar and not corn syrup. And then someone else in the crowd was saying, they don't allow soft drinks they don't use preservatives really here in the UK, and so it's usually just pure real sugar for the flavor, whatever, and it's, I don't know, considered healthier. Probably is too. Yeah, with the grits, I remember my dad growing up, because my dad has 3 brothers, and they all used to be kind of forced to eat grits as a kid, as young kids. And they all hated it, as far as I know. I know my dad hated it. And I have had it a couple times, I really didn't like it. I've done oatmeal before, which, I don't know, it's not that far off from grits, I guess, but like the Quaker Oats oatmeal, whatever, there were times I've been okay with it, but it wasn't a big fan of it either. And then malt oatmeal, that's another story. I'll eat the crap out of that. country style restaurant to get grits, it seems, or well, they're especially common there. Even like Black Bear Diner and what's that, Cracker Barrel. Yeah, it's very common to see grits and biscuits and gravy served there. A lot of people eat it. I understand it's. To me, my idea of breakfast is like eggs and bacon and French toast or pancakes or waffles or something. Or an omelet. Oh, there's another dead deer. Pigeon Creek. Just about 4 miles away from St. Joseph. Get this sandwich out. Snack. Let's take a look, because I never order grits anyway, but now you got me thinking I might have to take another look at the Black Bear Diner menu next time I'm there. I know Cracker Barrel has them, and then a lot of these truck stop restaurants, like what, Country Pride and Iron Skillet or Crack Lane or where else, they always seem to have that, because you can't say it surprises me because there are a lot of truckers who are from the South. That's like Eric was saying, that's a staple for the South. St. Joseph, next 7 exits. Alright, we will move on to the next one. Feel free to add in more on that subject if you guys have more you want to add in.
Article 2 of 85. Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What are some mind-blowing facts that sound like BS but are actually true? This question previously had details. They are now in a comment. Kaner Kakmak Bethabit 2016 present. Updated November 1st, 2019. It is the fact that challenging yourself with money works. It first worked when I had to give $1,000 to my friend to quit smoking. We were working in the same office, and if I smoked they would know it. I stayed smoke-free for 2 months, and that was a big improvement. My colleagues said that it's BS and it won't work. Years after that I met with the love of my life in New York. She was so beautiful, and I would never ever approach her if wouldn't lose $100 if I didn't defraud her. I just said her hi, and the rest was a 3-year history. People always say that way of meeting people is BS because person has to be confident rather than depending on people or other things. Well, I finally created a system around that called Bethabit that lets people challenge themselves with money. We have 36 services from running to quitting alcohol, and people use it.
Nice design on
Many
that
people
Earthbound
said that
trailer.
it is a complete BS that will never work. We proved that to be not true. 177 views. About the author. Kaner Kakmak. Software architect, entrepreneur, self-hack enthusiast. Bethabit 2016 present. BS Computer Science and London South Bank University. 3.9k content views, 3.7k this month. View 100.
Okay, so Eric wanted that comment there. I can't imagine grits tasting good anywhere. Is there a particular place where if I wanted to perhaps try some grits that might actually be decent, where I might want to try it out at first? Yeah, what I've had, nah. And I always hear a lot of people say bad things about grits. Holy shit, man, you got enough trucks over there? Suburban's starting to speed up, and then still got that Altima camping out next to my trailer. Okay, well, I can play that game too. Yeah, I catching up on that Peloton. I'm gonna stay here anyway. Okay, what kind of dog was that in the Suburban? Cute one, whatever it was. I just don't know if it was a mutt or some particular breed. I don't know. Get back up to 70 and pass this minivan, but now I see that uphill grade there in front of me. Maybe wait till I get to the other side of the grade. Now maybe I decide to speed up. Exit 50, Highway 169. So what's the weather like where you guys are at now? It's 53 degrees here. Oh, there's the cop right there. Minivan's getting off the freeway, isn't he? Yep. Started to slow down. It's pretty sure meant they were getting off. We're gonna point braking. Yeah. Still gotta kind of concern myself with this car in front of me a little bit, but it looks like they're starting to pull away now. Alright, next one.
Article 3 of 85. Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Why did Al Capone run a soup kitchen? Joni Lynn, author and food historian. Answered October 24, 2019. Upvoted by Braden Swanson. Studied history extensively for 6 years in Yaozan, Master's History, La Trobe University, 1997. Author has 197 answers and 1.2 meters answer views. I give the you can discuss in terms of black and white. That he is responsible for at least 500 people. He made a fortune with his illegal alcohol, gambling and prostitution dealings. Do you know what else he did? He often gave money and other assistance to widows and orphans, including in 1925 when he gave $58,000 to a fund for the widows and orphans of Chicago PD. He would send expensive floral arrangements to the funeral of any man he killed but respected. He was well known as a lavish tipper, always trying to give a hand up to those he saw as needing a little extra help in life. He fed thousands of hungry people. This charitable act was none other than public enemy number one, Al Capone. The kitchen served breakfast, lunch and dinner for free, feeding an average of 2,200 people each day. Inside the soup kitchen, smiling women in white aprons served up coffee and sweet rolls for breakfast, soup and bread for lunch, and soup, coffee and bread for dinner. No second helpings were denied. No questions were asked, and no one was asked to prove their need. Source: on Thanksgiving, Capone is said to have fed at least 5,000 hungry people a free, warm, holiday meal. Author Mary Borden once wrote in Harper's Magazine that Capone was an ambidextrous giant who kills with one hand and feeds with the other. A November 1930 editorial in the Daily Independent remarked, "It would be rather terrifying to see Capone run for mayor of Chicago. We are afraid he would get a tremendous vote." Quote. So why did Al Capone run a soup kitchen? Because while Big Al Capone was a lawbreaker, a gangster and a killer, he was also a husband, a father, and a human being. Two memories I recall: one time my grandfather took me to Miami to visit Al, and I got into his pool and learned to swim in his pool. But what was so funny is I was swimming and got a mouthful of water and it was salty. The pool, at that time, it was actual sea water that filled into the pool and there would be little fishes and seaweed. It's the first time I ever had the taste of salt water in my mouth. I must have made a really funny face because Al Capone came over, picked me up and put me on the side of the pool. He was laughing so hard because of the look on my face. Another time, I was in the backyard in Chicago helping my grandmother pick dandelions. I had climbed the apple tree and I fell out of the tree onto my back and had the wind knocked out of me. It scared me. It really frightened me. Al picked me up, put me over his shoulder and soothed me until I started breathing again. He also taught me how to play the mandolin. Deirdre Capone, niece of Al Capone. 70.1K views, view 5.6K upvoters, view sharers. About the author: Joni Lynn, writer and food historian, owner at the Irish Stove 2017 present. B.S. Food Business Management and Entrepreneurship, Johnson & Wales University, expected 2020. Lives in Las Vegas, present. 1.2 meters, content views 707.4K this month. Knows Irish language. In other languages. In French. Porcoy, Portuguese. 4K Al Capone tina uma cozina de sopa. View 5 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. By continuing, I agree that I am at least 13 years old and have read and agree to chorus terms of service and privacy policy. Continue with Google, continue with Facebook. Log and sign up with email. Article 4 of 85. Prison Talk, Quora. Quora. Open in app, sign in. Prison Talk. Q, Prison Talk. Discussion about prison, what it's really like and related topics. Main. Questions. People. OJ. Gillum, college credits. Metropolitan Community College, Kansas City, and the Arts, KCKCC. Moderator shared wed. Great post, Cindy. Thanks for sharing. What is the most bone-chilling thing a prison inmate has said to you? Cindy Niluka, chemistry and physics teacher, 2018 present. Answered September 29, 2019. What would you do if I stabbed you in the stomach with a pencil? I was teaching in a maximum security juvenile detention center. These young men had been tried as adults for adult crimes and on they. Read more. Loading. 167 views, view 3 upvoters. Open an app. Article 5 of 85. Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Do members of our armed forces rent housing on military bases, have a mortgage, or is it at no cost as part of the package for active duty?
No cost.
Barry Barlow, former aircraft engine tech, AD, Navy, 20 years, at United States Navy, 1976-1996.
It permanently belongs to the
Updated
military
October
installation.
31st, 2019. Author has 1.1K answers and 97.6K answer views. No to both, kind of. The houses on U.S. military bases do not have a mortgage. The houses on base are owned by the U.S. government. If you are married, you get a housing allowance, and with that you can get a place off base or on base. It has changed since I was in the military.
You don't
Now,
get-
for on-base housing you get paid and you have to pay rent. Before, you forfeited your housing allowance and housing took care of the housing.
Yep.
Now it was turned over to a leasing company and they want to make a profit, so we hear stories about how some are not taking care of the homes and some families are getting sick, some from mold and some from other problems. When I deployed, I liked to live on base. My family was around other military families, and if information was passed out, she was sure to receive it. If something happened, the other families knew what to do or how to find out what to do. 252 views, view 11 upvoters. About the author. Barry Barlow. Former aircraft.
Yeah, I didn't know they had changed that. Or at least, I don't know if all the bases are doing it that way, but the way he described there was exactly how it worked in the Air Force, at least when I was in. You get what's called, or at least when I first got in, there was BAS and BAQ that you get. BAS is basic allowance for subsistence. It's basically your food allowance. And then there's BAQ, which is basic allowance for quarters. Then they changed it so, because BAQ, I remember I had like a locality thing too that they did, or something that was separate. And then they changed it to where it's, instead of BAQ, they changed it to BAH, basic allowance for housing. And just like you're saying, if you lived on base and base housing, you did not get BAH. You would get the BAS if I remember right, but not BAH. Or BAQ, whichever was applicable at the time. And then if you lived off base, then your BAQ or BAH, whatever, would cover all or most of the, some portion of the, depending on where you decide to live and how much it costs. But based on the locality, they give you a very specific amount. Based on actually both the locality and then also how, what your rank is and how many years of service you have. Those all factor into how much you actually get paid for a BAH. I can see why the military would want to get rid of to eliminate the cost of maintaining base housing, especially with the penny pinching ways we have now, where it's just trying to run the play, run everything like it's a corporation, like it needs to save every damn penny possible. It's great to get rid of fat, but there's a lot of essential stuff that sometimes you have to pay the money for. In fact, the percentage of the U.S. GDP that is, or actually the federal budget, federal budget, whatever that goes to military is only a smaller percentage now than it ever used to be. Cartel leader black and white perspective, but it's really a whole bunch of shades of gray for everybody.
Article 6 of 85. Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is it like to have an extremely high IQ? Adam D. Giorgio, B.A. Philosophy and Linguistics, 2017. Answered October 30th, 2019. I have no IQ because I've never taken a test, but I have brain cells which I consciously rub together to generate the thinky parts. My intelligence is a material resource. cannot do intelligence which contribute to its overall productive value, just like food has nutrients and calories which contribute to its overall productive nutritional value. My intelligence will have served its end when I die. People will say, he used his intelligence to write stories. Or, he squandered his intelligence. Or, he didn't have the intelligence to do that. Likewise, my food will have served its end when I die. People will say, he had a poor diet, or, he ate well. Like food, my intelligence serves a purposeful end and is used up as it serves that end. My value as a worker is determined by the productive value of my intelligence. If my intelligence is average, I am not an upper management person, and perhaps not a middle management person. I'd probably do well to follow orders from somebody whose intelligence has a higher productive value than my own. I'm worth more if my intelligence is higher. There is activity in my brain cells which is exactly the same thing as my intelligence, and it causes my thoughts to be legitimate. By proposing a specific physical explanation of my score on a special and unique test, all of this will be proven true and there will be no need to establish causation. 247 views. View to upvoters. About the off.
Yeah, what kind of made me laugh is I'm thinking that, you know, the higher, like the management kind of positions are only for more intelligent people. Yeah, there was something I learned in the Air Force called a stupid visor. Take a wild guess why we came up with why somebody came up with that name. Speaking of that, because you would think that with military, the history of military, with the officers that enlisted, you know, back in the day, it used to be the officers were all college-educated guys and, you know, thought to be more intelligent and higher in society or whatever, and that they merited a certain kind of respect, a special kind of respect from the enlisted troops who were usually not educated or not nearly as educated, you know, more menial in their life or whatever. The truth. Now, to be a commissioned officer in any of the U.S. military branches, you do have to have a 4-year college degree. Give it that part, but having a college degree and then having intelligence are not necessarily one and the same. Just means you put in the work to get that the degree. Some people have to work hard at it. Others to get it even a little more easily. And I know other people, maybe like my own situation here, I do this because I enjoy doing this. This is the kind of life I like to live. It's stress-free. Or for the most part. You know, I can do stuff like this, listen to other stuff, learn things, and whatever I want. Always striving to gain knowledge from whatever, and then whatever knowledge I do gain, I try to pass along to others too. Yeah, it's just kind of amusing when someone thinks that only people with higher intellect, whatever, it could be management. No, you don't even necessarily have to be highly intelligent to succeed at being a good manager. It's just, you know, learning the right details, learning the tricks of the trade, whatever, to be most effective. IQ is more about a pattern recognition anyway. And then just logic too. If you ever taken an IQ test, it's all about looking at these different patterns and stuff and figuring out what's next in the sequence or whatever, or have that special magic that some of these artists that we see have. Traveling to other countries in the Air Force and seeing places that I remember reading about in history books, but forgot all about like what the hell was so significant about this place. I used to be that kind that world early ancient civilizations, whatever, like Egypt and Chinese and whatever other kind of Roman, whatever. I never had an interest in that kind of stuff. Like, why the hell do I care about something that happened thousands of years ago and it's so archaic? Different situation when you get to see it in real life, and I want to know a little bit more. And I kind of learned to have a little more appreciation for it. I honestly can't remember if I've seen this place before. Phillips 66. Is that place new? It doesn't jump out as being a place that I remember seeing ever before. I'm not over here that often, of course. Mile marker. So it should be roughly 55 miles or so from the Highway 2 cutoff. DM is working this weekend, and we're gonna have this. When we say hi to each other, we just say wasabi. Eric, I tend to do that on the phone a lot. So she says wasabi on the call comment, and she goes, "Are you good for OTD?" So all I did was respond back with, I have a macro 1 and a macro 41 that I sent in at 117 and 118 this morning. That'll give you the answer to that question. Pretty LOL. Truck parking, they actually got a restroom in this one. Usually never see that at all on truck stops. Truck parking areas. It's cool. Alright, what's our next one?
Article 7 of 85. Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What's the creepiest thing that has ever happened to you or creepiest thing you've ever seen? This question previously had details. They are now in a comment. Lanisha Pradeep studies psychology and human development and family studies at University of Houston, 2020. Answered October 26, 2019. Author has 52 answers and 192.3k answer views. For me, the creepiest thing that has ever happened to me was experiencing sleep paralysis. It was very scary and I had experienced this few times occasionally. I remember when I was sleeping in my dorm and it was in the middle of the night. I saw a dark figure descend down on me. The picture above does depict this. All of a sudden, I was not able to move my arms or my legs. When I was about to open my mouth to say a prayer, I was losing my voice and I felt like the dark figure was choking me. I also felt it was laughing at me as I struggled to speak or say a prayer. I was paralyzed and frozen in fear. Then I tried to say the Saint Michael Archangel prayer in my mind with all my focus. As I was doing that, I felt like its grip was going away from me. I finally woke up. I was able to move my arms and legs. I was able to make my speech sounds once again. I did tell my parents about this and they told me that they have experienced the same thing as me before. My dad did tell me that this had something to do with health issues. My mom did experience something similar like this often. She told me that she said the powerful prayers in her mind even though she was not able to speak and she did feel its force going away from her. So I did exactly the same thing when I experienced the sleep paralysis at that time. My family and I are religious since we are Catholic. So we do believe in the evil spirits and saying powerful prayers against it. I have experienced sleep paralysis few more times. The second time I experienced it, I felt like something was moving me around and pulling me away from my bed. Another time, I was not able to move my body when I tried to move it and I felt like something was breathing very heavily behind me. I often say the powerful prayers as usual and the creepy unknown entity would leave me. 273 views, view 7 upvoters. About the
You guys ever had something like that happen where you wake up and feel like you're paralyzed? I can't speak of the whole ghost experience thing, but I actually do remember one time waking up in the middle of the night, when I was with my first wife. Woke up and it kind of felt like the wind rushing at my face, and then I was trying to move but couldn't. And I guess they call it sleep paralysis. Yeah, well, that's one of the terms that you can use for it. At least the clinical term, where basically you're half awake, but the half of your body that controls movement's not. I guess it's kind of how they think it happens, or if I remember right. And I remember my ex-wife, or the wife I was with at the time, had said, she called it some, I think, astrocatalepsy or something along that line. Like, huh? I can't explain why it actually happened, but it did. And after about I don't know, maybe 30 seconds of like doing all I could to try to force myself to move, and then I just kind of laid back down and gave up, whatever, and then I was able to actually move. It's the one and only time I ever had that happen. Definitely a weird experience, I'll tell you that.
Article 8 of 85. Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is a split-second decision you made that changed your life? La Belle Nouveau Marge. Answered October 30th, 2019. Author has 137 answers and 37.6k answer views. A roundabout answer would be that I made a split-second decision to avoid doing something. For years I let fear rule my life. Awful. And so I should have been doing something but let my silly fears get in the way. I changed by making a decision to just go for it. I am so glad that I did because it changed my life tremendously. And as a result I am 100,000 times better version of myself. 48 views. View 2 upvoters. About the author. La Belle Nouveau Marge. 37.6k content views, 33.6k this month. View 100 plus other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Article 9 of 85. Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What court case result made you smile? Scott Harris, deputy, in the United States, at a sheriff's office, 2009 present. Updated October 31st, 2019. Upvoted by Norbert Scheck, Ph.D. Law and Constitutional Law, John Paul II Catholic University of Lublin, 2008, and Nicholas Olofsson, M.S. B.A. Law and Informatics, Umeå University, 1999. Author has 1.5k answers and 400.1k answer views. Long story short-ish. Suspect arrested for murder a few hours after stabbing a guy in the heart on the town square. Guy refuses to talk to police other than to claim he was never at the location of the homicide that night and is jailed pending arraignment. Guy starts to panic the next day, probably because he realizes how #seeked he is. He starts having chest pains and is taken to the hospital. I ride in the ambulance with him and another deputy from the jail trails us in a patrol car due to the severity of the charges. Usually there's only one of us. After a couple hours in the hospital the guy starts to talk about walking near the town square. My partner realizes this guy was in fact at the location of the homicide and bails out of the room to avoid having to testify on a murder trial. I stay. He confesses to stabbing the guy on the plaza, allegedly because the victim made a disparaging comment about the guy's girlfriend. I take mental notes and jot them down outside when he's done talking. Flash forward many months. He's offered 12 years by the DA, who apparently has some ties to the suspect's family. Something about campaign donations, I dunno. Beats 25 to life. Well, the guy refuses because his family is pretty well connected and no one would convict him. I get a subpoena to testify. I do, and the defense does their best to trip me up, but ultimately it was pretty simple on my part. It was my first murder confession, so the details were fairly burned into my memory. My favorite line. I'm not a murderer. I'm a vegetarian. I take care of my grandmother. A direct quote from when he was in the hospital. The jury even chuckled. Between that and the recorded phone call to his grandmother where he's bragging about being a gang associate and how he stabbed the punk bitch in the chest, and he's now doing life. 15.4k views. View 1.1k upvoters. Answer requested by Greg Leeper. About careers, privacy terms, contact. By continuing, I agree that I am at least 13 years old and have read and agree to Quora's terms of service and privacy policy. Continue with Google. Continue with Facebook. Log and sign up with email. Article 10 of 85. Collective curiosity, Quora. Quora. Open in app. Sign in. Collective curiosity. Q. Collective curiosity. A collection of amazing facts, stories, and everything else. Maine. People. Daniel Dudgeon, studied at University of YouTube, Quora, and Life. Admin shared wed. What is it like to own and drive a Tesla? John Gustafson, Tesla owner since 2011, applied physicist since, well, a lot longer. Updated August 11, 2015. I have owned a Tesla Roadster Sport for 4 years, and it is my only car. Many people just garage their Tesla Roadsters and treat them as collectibles, which they are, since Tesla is no longer mock. Read more. Loading. 108 views. Open an app. Article 11 of 85. Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Does the USAF get along with the USMC?
Yes, it is.
Tom Martin. Answered October 26, 2019, upvoted by Andre Stringer, former infantry, MSG, recruiter, military police at U.S.
Come on, we all respect
Marine
each
Corps,
other, but we hate each other,
1970-1990, author has 8.3K answers and 26.1 meters answer views. Does the USAF get along with the USMC? Yes and no. Let's go back to around 1984. I'm a young Marine, working on getting selected for PLC, OCS, and I've now moved into a USMC, R, unit in Seattle. So we go train on McChord Air Force Base. We're loading skids, what you'd call pallets, onto pallets, which you'd call big metal bases or maybe even skids.
463 Lima.
The concept was if the USAF was supporting the USMC, and it was a contested area, they'd evac their folks and we'd be taking care of loading and unloading the pallets. This is what the Air Force calls a pallet. In the US Marines you want to borrow those as they make one hell of a nice roof to cap your bunker. The Air Force dislikes us doing that. So if you're not stealing them, you load crap on them. One of the funniest coincidences was I happened to be in a USMCR unit going to college and a friend was with the USAF Reserve or Air National Guard or whatever. So I belonged to a shore party, longshoreman platoon. We had many different roles beyond loading and unloading aircraft. Some of them involved marking beaches in an assault, which would be a very short lifespan thing. Some involved loading cargo on ships and planes. We wear the following markings so no one can order us off the beach other than the beach master. A USMC red tag beach marker position ran 3 deep. The life expectancy for that role was short because you may be literally moving a bright panel on a long pole, up a contested beach. We joked that the only person with a shorter life expectancy than us was if our platoon leader, while carrying a radio, grabbed a beach marker panel, which he'd do after the rest of us got killed. Hell, his life expectancy at that point would be so short, he'd have to go back in time to get killed, statistically. So while we'd no females in our platoon, it wasn't even going to happen. Our partial duty counterparts in the Air Force had a surprising number of females in their platoon. By some odd chance, I happened to be in college at the time. I was in the reserve unit and had a friend in college named Scott. Usually, when you're a Marine on any other forces base or post, you got it made with the females in that branch. We'd been around female soldiers and sailors and that worked out great. This time, however, the female airmen mostly kept their distance. I wound up working with one of them and she finally explained that Scott told her that he knew some of us, and that the red tags were indications we were guys brought back from the Philippines and we'd all gotten infected with an incurable STD. At this time GRID was the more common name for what would be AIDS, and there was a resurgence of resistant G and S going around. Herpes was in the news, so guys having some incurable STD would be believable. I thought it was hilarious. That was right in line with Scott's sense of humor and his personality in cutting competition. I was already close to the woman I'd marry, so I wasn't interested in hooking up with some girl in the military, but some of my buds were going to beat his ass. I mean beat the shit out of him unless he stopped saying that. I mean blood on the floor, broken bones, lost teeth, days in the hospital, unable or unwilling to identify who busted him up, level beating. Serious as shit trouble. So I told him to go talk to the female airmen, or airwomen. By the next day, it was obvious he did. Some of the females approached us openly, some tentatively, others still kept their distance. Scott's ass wasn't beaten as our more thuggish Marines enjoyed the attention and some got hookups. So I had to ask Scott, what the hell did you tell them? He told them that he'd gotten the original story wrong. We weren't STDs, we were CCPs, Correctional Custody Platoon. He'd just heard it wrong. So he was telling the females we were bad boys, military prisoners. Good girls like bad boys. At that point some of us got along really, really well with the Air Force in the manner that counts. As for getting along with airmen, who gave a shit about that? It's about the women. 10.1k views, view 91 upvoters. About the author. Tom Martin. 26.1 meters content views, 1.1 meters this month.
Yeah, honestly, on that, I think the whole, like, us versus them kind of mentality with servicemen and, versus other branches, it's more prevalent in the lower ranks. I don't think you really see it so much in the upper ranks where, people are, in general, more mature and understand the of us think they're just a bunch of trouble-making thugs, like that guy was saying, always drinking and getting into stupid shit. Like, but again, it's, I mean, morale building in different ways, I guess. I wouldn't say that we do any real morale building in the Air Force. We do, but yes, I think depends on where you're at. And those are all just stereotypes anyway. You know, every unit can be a completely different situation. They all seem to love our chow halls, or defects as we call them. Well, we always called them the chow hall when I was, you know, in most of my years, but then they started calling them DFAC, dining facility, and I forget what CBH, cafeteria, chow, whatever. I don't know. But you ask anyone from any other branch if they've ever been on an Air Force base and eaten in an Air Force chow hall or DFAC, I guarantee you they'll be raving about the place. It's funny because most of the time a lot of us in the Air Force kind of, not the greatest place in the world to eat. Yeah, burgers and whatever else, but, or even snack, like even junk food and stuff. From one line, there's like a burger line, you know, or what do you call it, the line items or whatever, line order stuff, I think they called it, I forget. Yeah, just the usual burgers and whatever kind of crap on that one side, and then the other side would have every day something different, and each facility would sometimes have a different thing for the day too. Now sometimes it actually would have some interesting stuff like Salisbury steaks or whatever, but I know when I was in Turkey, the DFAC there for a little bit, they had a what's that? Like I forget the name of it, like a stir fry kind of menu, like area that you could order from also. I think that's what it was called, stir fry. I forget. Yeah, they did away with it though while I was there, and I remember one of our pilots, who actually I couldn't stand him because he's a freaking whiner. I couldn't stand launching the airplane with him. So I do flight control checks. And of course I'm used to my type of jargon with, and I was a flight control specialist, so I'm used to, okay, like the spoilers. They're up on the tops of the wings when they're lined up. Basically, when they're completely retracted, I call them faired with the wing. And this guy would try to correct me and say, make me say it's flush. I'm like, they're faired. No, it's flush. Okay, how about you not tell me how to say it? If you know what I'm talking about, it doesn't matter. My TO calls it faired. I'm going to call it faired. I don't care if you're a lieutenant colonel. Which he was. My TO, I go by what my TO says, not yours. I don't know what your stuff says. You use the flight manual. I use the maintenance manuals. And if you don't have enough common sense to figure out what the hell I'm talking about, then maybe you got to get your ass out of the seat and let someone else fly. But of course, we were in Turkey and doing real-world missions, so now it's kind of, I hate to say it, but I mean, because I didn't really use the stir fry menu at all when I was there, and I know that guy, every time I was at the DFAC and I saw him there, he was always getting the stir lot of guys either lack the ability to do, whether it be due to lack of equipment or tools, or specialized experience that we had in our shop. But yeah, on deployment, so I would go primarily as a crew chief, and then if something came up that required my particular shop kind of specialty, then I was also the one doing that work. But now the dedicated crew chief of the aircraft is like the primary on that particular aircraft, and then the other, there'd be some of us we have other crew chiefs like myself working with them. They would call the shots on what's going on with their aircraft, but normally though when they're launching airplanes though on KC-135s, which is what that was, usually just have the two pilots and a boom operator, and when the pilots do their pre-flight inspections, the crew chief for a good chunk of it has an intercom cord hooked up and a headset, and they communicate and go over flight control checks and a bunch of other stuff with the pilots. But yeah, this guy was so nitpicky about how I did things. The order that I called out, like aileron and spoiler positions and stuff. I'm dying. And to me, it's like I had done launches with other air crews that were there, and I never heard a damn thing from them about it. I guess they had enough common sense to know what I was talking about and could use their brain, but this guy made such a big fuss, and so I told the head crew chief, anytime this idiot here is flying an airplane, we're launching, screw that. I'm not having anything to do with doing the Dash 1 with them, which is a pre-flight inspection. That pissed me off too much. Moments where it was like an important lesson in life learned. This one was, don't put stuff on the internet that you don't want just anybody seeing. Now at that point in time, Facebook and all that kind of stuff didn't even exist. I think maybe AOL might have. It was mostly Usenet, like bulletin board system kind of forums and email lists that people would use to communicate with each other over a common subject. And in this particular case, there was a C-130 email list I was in. Now, where everybody who has any kind of an interest, internal or external, whatever, on the C-130 aircraft would be in the group, and you send a message, I send an email to a particular address, and then it sends it out to everybody in that list. And I'd have a lot of, a pretty good mix of, it's still currently serving people like myself, and then a lot of retirees, or people who were like Vietnam era C-130 pilots or air crews or maintainers, whatever. Yeah, MySpace was another one. That was in the earlier 2000s, like mid 2000s. Facebook was also, I think, mid 2000s. But those didn't even exist. When I was in my active duty years were from 1995 to 1999. We didn't even have cell phones at the time. Now let's see if this Volvo driver is going to get pissed at Decker for blocking the lane for so long. That's why I'm staying back here. It's just not. There's no point in me even doing anything. It's going to take me forever to pass these guys anyway. Yeah, I think about 20 miles to go or so to get Highway 2. I don't know if this Volvo driver has a CB on him, but if he does, I can about guarantee we're going to hear him bitching about it. See an antenna on his passenger mirror area, but I don't know if that's a built-in one or his own. That's cool. I'll just hang out here and not block the left lane myself. Qualcomm just shut down. Now watch, when it comes back online, I'll probably get one of them damn Triangle of Death ELD malfunctions. You need to keep a paper log. How about no? You need to learn how to stop shutting down on me for no reason. Anyway, this email list. Yeah, it was still kind of toward the latter part of my active duty time. I would say maybe 3.5 years in out of a 4-year career, perhaps. Yeah, because my last deployment to Italy was, I think I had come home in November of 2000. No, not 2008, but 1998, and I was going to go on terminal leave on April 1st, 1999, and then my enlistment was ending in May. And it could have been those last 4 months or 5 months or so that I was at home station before I left.
Okay, Decker. Thank you, sir.
Alright, now let's see how long I can get around these guys. Pretty sure I get around the skateboard driver fairly quickly. Yeah, that's smart. This guy I'm passing right now has got his phone right in his hand and looking at it while I'm passing him. Tell people how to drive their truck, but at least have at least common some decency and not do that when I'm in or near you. Figured I might have been a Walmart private fleet truck. As deal well on the look at that video well there, Walmart.
You got it, John Christopher.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm just messing with you on that anyway. Probably makes a good sun visor, right?
Info. Oh, I was kind of thinking the same way.
right in between my visors. I can't do anything about it.
Yeah, that shit sucks like majorly.
I think the guy behind you will be too busy with his phone to really care about what the sun's doing now.
Got back on that?
I think the skateboard behind you is a little too preoccupied with his phone to really notice the sun now.
Oh yeah, he come flying by me earlier. You know, he could outpull me on the hills, and then I tried passing him back there, and he just kind of sped up a little bit, slowed down, sped up. It's like, really, dude?
I had a U-Haul driver on 70. I kept doing that with. I was about ready to get off in the truck parking area over there between Oak Grove and KC, and I was in the wrong lane and couldn't get to it.
General. I've actually gotten to the point where if my blinker's on, I'm coming over. If you don't like it, you got brakes.
So we're now guys are the 130 something. There before you guys started passing those guys, I was just going to camp up behind you because it looked like you were too close to my speed.
Yeah, my max speed's 68. You got it there, John Kirshner.
Thanks.
Not a problem.
Now, when I first got up to you, it kind of seemed like you were doing closer to 70 something, or like 69 or something. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just staying here behind.
Well, that's what I was thinking. 'Cause I know you guys are faster than us. I'm like, well, shit, if you're going to come around, then I'm going to try and get around this damn skateboard again.
Yeah, I think most drivers do. For me, if it's only like a mile or two different, I just back it off and kick back. I don't like camping out next to anyone no longer than I have to. As always that concerned about maybe if someone blows a steer tire or something, or holding up traffic or whatever else.
Yeah, I try not to hold up traffic. I mean, if I couldn't have gotten around, you know, in another mile or so, I would have backed up, got back in behind him and waited for another chance. But sometimes you just got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, and you know, the traffic here is really not, not really a big concern anyway. We're even a problem.
Yeah, I mean, hell, I just live down there in southwest Missouri, so I travel this quite a bit. And traffic's hardly ever bad up here unless there's construction or a major accident.
I know we're getting really close to the... We just passed the southbound way station, so... And we're at the 122.8. It's at one... Oh, it's at 134 is the mile marker. You're right. Got some flooding going on here. Sure, this is still all spillover from the Missouri River. This water here is taking forever to drain, isn't it?
Yep. No, it kind of sucked, but I always ride us over to 35 and come back across.
I've come through here a few times when it was closed, and I think the first time I took 36 west stoner truck. Lady on her phone. Yeah. As long as you can pay attention, your problem. Alright, so it'll probably be around 7-ish by the time I get up on I-80, assuming I go all the way up that way before I stop for a break. And I've done 280 miles already. This stuff's going by a little fast, definitely faster than yesterday. Yesterday it felt like I should have done like 400 miles and I'm barely even at not even at 250. Yeah, well, it probably has a lot to do with this time around. It's a less stressful day, and I'm able to do 70 miles an hour, a substantial portion of it. Another
Article 12 of 85. Straight from the source, Quora. Quora. Open in app sign in. Straight from the source. Q. Straight from the source. A collection of I was there answers on Quora. Main. People. Susie Downing, substitute teacher. Shared Tuesday. Less than this is not an armchair essay. I was there before, during and after 9/11. I am licensed to practice architecture in the state of New York. I have actually built high-rise towers with structural steel. Greater than. Can an architect or an engineer explain how jet fuel could have melted the steel I-beams of the World Trade Center? Michael Yarosh, former architect at Skidmore, Owings & Merrill, 1984-2009. Updated October 27, 2019. Your question has 3 major mistakes in it. 1. The steel didn't melt. The fire wasn't hot enough to do that. That is an assumption on your part. Most people do not understand structural steel cons. Read more. Loading. 2.7K views. View 41 upvoters. Adding comments disabled.
What? Shut off commenting? Are you serious? And that's all you gave for that? And, okay, so what did you do to explain why that happened then? Oh, it wasn't this, but I'm not going to tell you what it really is. What's the point in even answering the question then if you're all you're going to do is refute what other people answer with? And but I have enough training in that to know that, you know, even 1,000+ degree heat, which isn't that hot by fire standards, you know, even that can weaken metal. In fact, areas like the aircraft, let's say exhaust pipes and stuff like that, that are designed for extreme heat, they go through a constant kind of heating and cooling and heating and cooling kind of process to crystallize them and make them more structurally solid to handle the heat. Not to mention, you also have corrosion that can weaken the metal. Many different types of corrosion, not just rust. Governed at 65. Right now, I'm catching a little more, but yeah, for a minute there, it felt like he was going almost as fast as I am. I guarantee he's getting off here on Highway 2 also. With them, every time I ever came through here, I always ended up on Highway 2 and then back on I-80. Especially being a weekend, I'm pretty sure the way station over here on Highway 2 will be closed. Waubonsee State Park. Stop here for my 30. I've not driven as many miles as I want to go before I stop. I usually like to drive at least literally half my miles before I stop. Knowing I want to do 610, 620-ish, somewhere in the ballpark. Got a pickup coming from the right I gotta wait for. Quite at 300 yet. $289 right now. So things I like about truck parking areas on I-80, especially if I don't necessarily need to stop for anything. Yeah, I can always make a quick stop for it to refresh my drink or whatever. Just make a quick stop. Whoever it is in front of him is going slower than the limit, it tells me. Yeah, what a mess. I'm wondering how long it's going to take for all this water to finally drain out. Especially as I'm driving toward the sunset a little bit, and there being clouds, might get a more color to the sky here when the sun gets a little further down. Comes down like this across the river. So I'm actually not gonna raise it up to a higher level. Okay, yeah, they are putting a bridge over here to at least. That would be the sensible thing to do, is elevate the road so it can't get flooded. Get to where the railroad tracks are. do a better job of paying attention and lining yourself up with me, not the other way around. Full view. And lay a little more sun down, get a little more color into these clouds. Both moved, especially the one up front. Gotta keep a constant eye on him to make sure he wasn't gonna slow down and start being a problem. Alright. Get the next article up once we hit a straightaway here.
Article 13 of 85. Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Has anyone had an encounter with a ghost in real life? Monica Mishra. Answered October 29, 2019. Author has 56 answers and 613.1k answer views. I didn't really encounter a ghost, but this particular experience was quite eerie. I was just out of college and had started a new job in a different city. It was my second month in the job after a 2 months fresher training. I was placed in a very challenging and stressful project. Being so new in the team, I had a lot to learn and prove. My manager was working in the US along with the clients, and he had assigned me a piece of work which I was to finish by end of that day. I was still not proficient with the tool used at work, and it was taking me a long time to finish. As I had just started my career, I didn't want to give up, and I stayed back late in the office to finish my work. My then manager loved making people stay till late in the office, though I don't resent him as I have learned a lot from him. I was the only one on my floor. There were other night shift employees in the building though, but on a different floor. Staying till late wasn't such a great deal as we had cab drop service and the guard made hourly rounds. There were motion detector lights on the floor, and if I stayed stationary for some time they got switched off. I had to wave or clap for it to switch on. It was quite annoying. It was around 2 a.m. in the night and I heard some movement, and one by one the lights on the floor were switched on. I was sitting around the middle of the vast floor and I could see the entrance, and there was only one.
Yeah, definitely.
I didn't see anyone entering through the door. Still, the lights from the entrance to where I was sitting were switched on. And the hair on the back of my neck stood up, and suddenly I felt as if someone was standing really close to me. I've never been so afraid in my life. I got up from my chair and moved around. I was sweating by now despite the floor being cold. Any rational person would have packed up and left, but I knew I had to finish my work, so I called my mom on the office phone. She was scared that I called her so late in the night, but I explained her that I was scared and wanted her to be on the phone with me. I'll skip on the lecture I got about girls not staying back so late in the night. My nerves had calmed down after talking to my mom, but still the feeling that I was being watched didn't go away. After 30 minutes or so, again the lights from around my desk to the entrance were switched on, and with it went the feeling of being watched. I was spooked, but still being on the phone with my mom kept me calm this time. I wrapped up my work by 4 or so and left. At the time, I was staying as a paying guest with 11 other girls, and few of them worked in the same building as me. My roommate, who was 4 years senior to me, worked in the same office as me, and I told her about this episode the next morning. She too looked spooked and told me that an employee who was working till late had a heart attack on the same floor as mine some 3 years ago. She had a relative who used to monitor CCTVs in the building, and he had told her of some strange things he occasionally saw happening on this particular floor, like chairs moving, lights getting switched on, milky white fog spreading over the camera, etc. I couldn't really validate her story, but this made me afraid to stay back alone at night. Anyway, I later got access to work remotely, and if required to work till late, I preferred taking work home rather than stay alone. I still dismiss this entire episode as a product of a really tired mind. I had been on my computer for 15 hours and was mentally drained. But deep down in my heart I do believe there are spirits who still haven't crossed over. 4.8k views, view 67 upvoters. About the author. Monica Mishra.
Okay. The Sealand driver is doing like 68, 69 up the hill. How in the hell? Is that owner op or lease operator or something? I don't know. So now I'm passing him. I'm just kind of wondering how he carried so much speed getting up the hill. It's not making any sense. No, it's a regular trailer truck with one of those 3-bunk trailer trucks. Yeah, now we're starting to get more of the color in Sierra England trucks, the ones that have their truck number starts with 30. Those trucks have a third bunk in them. They're the two normal ones in the back, and then they have a third one up above the front cab area. Now, England trucks, in England, their drivers, they've had some trucks, or a number of trucks that do 2 trainees at the same time for quite a while, but the sleeping situation in them prior to getting those 3-bunk trucks was terrible. I used to be a trainer for them, and I always refused to train more than one at a time because there's no way I'm going to go through it. It's hard enough to sleep as it is. Be on the interstate, and I always have to worry about what my trainee is doing, or make sure I'll be awake when I need to be awake for going through a city area, or need to get off the freeway, or do any kind of off-freeway driving. Yeah, it was extra, a requirement. I had to be up front and watching them. Anytime we were getting off the freeway, getting on the freeway, not on the freeway, whatever. And God forbid we got a load where I had to spend a lot of time on state or U.S. highways during their shift, then I would never get any sleep. Eric with England, they usually gave both the trainer and the trainee a choice. The trainer, they would ask them if they wanted to train 2 at a time or 1 at a time. And like for me, I told them I'm not training more than 1 at a time. But other trainers, if they wanted to train 2, they were welcome to. And the trainees also, I believe they also had the option of whether they just wanted to train exclusively on their own with the trainer, or they wanted to co-train, learn at the same time as another trainee or whatever. And a lot of times the 2 trainee trucks, a lot of them would have the trainees at different phases. So maybe one of them will be in their 3rd or 4th week or whatever it is of training. The latter half of their training where they're a little more trustworthy on the roads. And then the new one, then the other one will be halfway or more into their training, and then get another one, and so on. And I'm not always a fan of that because I personally like to where the trainee can do whatever amount of driving, but maybe make it like half a day of driving, and then have the trainer do the other half, and then task the trainee to sit and watch the trainer do their driving, because you can learn a lot from the trainer's driving habits or the way they go about doing things, or just anything. Learn a lot from that. But my time as a trainer, a pretty good number of the trainees, once their shift ended, a lot of times all they cared about doing was getting going in the back and either sleeping or getting on Netflix or social media or whatever they wanted to do, and had no interest in actually observing things that I would do when it's my turn to drive. Other has came with good habits or whatever, and other experiences before. Let's see what else on that. Yeah, I think that's a big part of their problem is getting too many of these guys who are new to trucking, and all they care about is having their damn CDL in their hand and thinking, oh, I know what I'm doing, I can go ahead and be set free, even though I don't know anything. And they have a lot of four-wheeler habits. You were a truck, you're a driver too, so you know the experience there. Trying to eliminate four-wheeler type habits because you can have an accident if you don't. Yeah, now 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. Mountain Time. That was their trainees can't be on the road rule. I think I heard it's changed now. I don't know for sure. And that's another thing. Well, how do you get someone used to driving at night and learning what their fatigue symptoms are, and learning when it's time to get off the road if you don't observe them doing it? Two trainers that trip, there are pros and cons to having multiple trainers too. And I think back to my time in the Air Force. Learning how to be an aircraft mechanic. Now I know you hear a lot too. With the general sentiment with truckers is a lot of them think that only people with at least 2 or 3 years of experience should be allowed to be trainers. Particularly because of the winter driving experience. However, I don't think that's quite fair, because you don't know what kind of prior winter driving experience somebody had or didn't have before they became a trucker, and you also don't know what kind of training they got. We see experienced drivers who have bad habits or just bad training as a whole, and I wouldn't want training anybody. So experienced drivers are just as prone to being shitty trainers as inexperienced drivers are, I think. Not to mention, inexperienced drivers are more likely, if they were trained properly, they're going to be more fresh and crisp on their knowledge and techniques that they're being taught. They don't tend to forget. It'll take time for them to forget things. That's something I hear a lot, even with aviation. Pilots would get oh man, I wish I was facing the other way. I can't wait to get past this left curve here, because I'm getting more of the clouds up here to my 9-10 o'clock position. Getting more of the pinkish, orangish kind of peach colored hue. Anyway, I think multiple trainers is actually not a bad thing though, because everybody has their own little ways of doing things, or the way they were taught things, or their logic and why they do one thing or another. And I don't think it's a bad thing for people to get exposure to, multiple ways of people doing things and adapting their own ways based on what they like and don't like about things other people do. Yeah, same with when I was an aircraft mechanic. I could learn certain techniques from one mechanic, and then, or certain bits of knowledge from one, and then I learn other kinds of knowledge from another one. Or even just different perspectives on the same thing that I'm doing. Good conditions or bad conditions. There's a lot you can learn from somebody who has experience and knows how to do those safely. I was in the Walmart fleet, our safety guy there. He did a presentation. We had a town hall meeting. We all had to go to it, and he gave a presentation on that and talked about how most truck drivers, or at least with the company, not just the fleet, if they had accidents, like winter driving kind of accidents, like jackknifing or whatever, people from the southern states and who'd never seen snow before or whatever were far more likely to have accidents, even the inexperienced drivers, than those who came from northern states and were used to driving in snow prior to being in a truck. So that's always a factor that should be considered as well as in terms of trainer qualifications. Now, I'm from a southern state, but I've also I also like to go skiing a lot, and I'm used to driving in mountain icy black ice and snowy road conditions, even chaining up my car's tires or cabling up usually to get to a ski resort I want to ski at. I just got a Qualcomm message saying I'm speeding because it's right at 30 after the hour. Never at any point in time on this route have I been speeding. It's been 70 mile an hour zone here. I'm doing 70. It cracks me up. Alright, Eric, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out and find a place to park over there. I guess it's early enough where it'd be okay. It's only 5:30 there, I think.
Article 14 of 85. Prison Talk Quora. Quora. Open in app sign in. This share has been hidden from Prison Talk. The share may be unhidden from Prison Talk by a space admin or moderator. Prison Talk. Q. Prison Talk. Discussion about prison, what it's really like and related topics. Main. Questions. People. Stephen Wolf, Marketing Director at Omnicom Media Group 2000 present. Shared Tuesday. What thing made you extremely frustrated today? Stephen Wolf, Marketing Director at Omnicom Media Group 2000 present. Answered October 29, 2019. Today, I found out the convicted sexual predators and sex offenders are once again allowed to use computers to go online and social media sites, such as Facebook, Snapchat, and others. Apparently, read more loading. 26 views. Open an app. Article 15 of 85. Quora.
Not much
Open an
substance
app.
to that.
Sign in. What's the creepiest thing that has ever happened to you or creepiest thing you've ever seen? This question previously had details. They are now in a comment. Sarah Booth LeCompte. Answered October 29, 2019. I've said this already, but it's worth repeating. When my daughter was born, the first night at the hospital, I was asleep. I felt someone sit on my feet at the end of the bed. I thought maybe it was my husband and I didn't hear the baby crying, so I sat up and opened my eyes. There was no one. No nurse. No visitors. Husband asleep on floor beside me. Lights off. Baby sleeps soundly. Mom convinced it was one of our deceased grandparents paying a visit. Fast forward, said daughter was 18 months. I also had a newborn son. Me and the two kids were alone one evening. I made us dinner and my daughter and I sat to eat. She suddenly looks up at the landing and says, "Oh hi. Come sit." She proceeds to pull out a chair, then says, "Oh no. Okay, bye-bye," and continued to eat her dinner. 2 weeks later, again, just me and babies. I'm standing against the stove, which is pushed against a wall. My daughter is sitting at the kitchen table. I'm getting dinner ready. Suddenly my daughter asked who the man standing behind me was. Remember, there is a wall behind me. She then says, "Hi. Come sit." "Oh no. Okay," and gets up and walks to the back patio door, then says, "Okay. See soon," and comes and sits back down. I asked her to describe the man she saw, but she just said tall. My son was 15 months old when my brother-in-law passed away. When my boy was about 2 years old, he was suddenly afraid to be in his room. He kept saying there was a Monsieur Méchant in his room. We asked him to describe Monsieur Méchant and he perfectly described my brother-in-law and what he was wearing at the funeral, remember? My son was 15 months. He didn't know my bill. Then he proceeded to make presents paper cutouts specifically for his uncle. 7.6k views, view 48 upvoters, answer requested by Jerry Tan. About the author. Sarah Booth LeCompte. 35.8k content views, 11.1k this month. View 100 plus other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Article 16 of 85. Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What's the creepiest thing that has ever happened to you or creepiest thing you've ever seen? This question previously had details. They are now in a comment. Todd Stromswold, Trust Advisor, 2017 present. Answered October 29, 2019. My daughter was going through potty training. One afternoon we're in the bathroom at the home we had lived in for about 4 years at Point. She's sitting on the little kid potty chattering away while I was trying to convince her to do her business. All of a sudden she looks over my shoulder and says, "Who's that man standing there?" I do a double take and look over my shoulder and see nothing. So I say, "What man?" She points over my shoulder and says, "That man standing there wearing the black hat." And then at that moment I hear the cat out in the hall going crazy, hissing and howling and then running away. Totally freaky. The whole thing took maybe 15 seconds. 15 years later, my daughter has no recollection of this, and I've never had another experience like this in my home. 472 views, view 11 upvoters. About the author. Todd Stromswold. Trust Advisor.
Now it's one of those kind of cases where it kind of makes me wonder if they're, if ghosts really that do exist. Even though I've never had anything to convince me that they really do. I mean, at least with my own experiences. People maybe having near-death experiences and stuff, and you need to turn your headlights on. Sometimes I think it can be explained by the brain still being busy doing things, even if you're in a comatose state and near death. But even that, I don't know for sure. JCT truck I saw earlier on I-70. You know, it was a red Peak that passed me up. I almost wondered if it was my friend Daryl. Because he does drive a red Pete, and he usually does run back and forth between our terminal and Ochalata, I mean not Ochalata, but Sapulpa, Oklahoma, and Moberly, Missouri. And that would have been along his route too. Went by fast, too fast for me to really get a good look. It kind of looked like it could have been him, and I couldn't confirm because he didn't have a truck number on the side of his truck. I'll have to ask him later if I have that, if it was him or somebody else I saw. Situations where just doesn't seem to be any real good explanation for it. Like I would hear stories from people I used to work with about a particular KC-135 aircraft we used to work on. If you're going to Sunfire seat real quick, and I'll tell that story. Okay, well, yeah, when I was at March, we had a very specific aircraft, 57-1512 was its number, that had multiple instances of people, different people in the unit experiencing weird, like ghost-like experiences with it. And there actually is a story to it too, of what would explain it. boom operator shows up to the aircraft, I guess badly hungover from drinking the night before. So that's a big no-no. But shows up on the aircraft to fly, and then while they were in flight, at some point in time, this boom operator had to puke. When he did that, because of his hangover, or still drunkenness, whatever you want to call it, he ended up choking to death on his own vomit. So the aircraft landed with him already dead, and basically fast forward now to where that's all come and gone, and now we have guys working on the aircraft after it happened. One of my coworkers who used to work on the flight line with them, aircraft refills are usually handled by the flight line unit. Now we would do tows and launch and recovery of aircraft and stuff on the aircraft if they came in for their scheduled maintenance and it was their first flight out of scheduled maintenance, then we were responsible for it. But normally, if it's not just coming out of an inspection, the flight line guys handle it. Well, at the time, my buddy I worked with previously worked on the flight line, and was doing. There were a couple of times where he was doing refill jobs on this same aircraft. One of them, he was talking about how his friend Roger, the two of them together were doing a refill job on the aircraft. Now on 135s, you have one guy who stands in the right wheel well, and that's the supervisor of the operation. And they're basically where the fuel hose from the truck hooks up to the aircraft, and monitoring stuff from the ground. And then the other guy, or actually there's usually three. You have a fire guard usually up front, standing there with the fire bottle just in case. And the third guy is upstairs, up in the cockpit, sitting in the pilot seat, operating the fuel control panel up there or not operating the panel, but telling the guy down in the wheel well how much fuel is in each of the tanks, so they know when to shut off which switch. Because KC-135s, the switches that control the fuel going into the tanks is in the wheel well, at least from the refill truck. But then there are no gauges down there to tell you how much fuel is in each tank, so that's why they're going to have a person up top. Anyway, these guys both have maintenance manuals on hand. One, of course, the guy up top, which is my buddy. I know both of them actually, but the one I worked with was the one upstairs. 255 coming up. Yeah, I'm trying to get into the Lincoln area now. Anyway, he's up top. He has his what we call the TO, technical orders, his maintenance manual with them, and then Roger down on the wheel well has his own TO. When they get through with the operation, Scott finishes, which is my friend, finishes doing. Don't make that light turn on me. Thank you. I was worried about intersections when I see cross traffic. Gotta worry about if they're gonna make the light change on me. Gotta love the sunset too. Anyway, he gets through what he's doing up there, and the first thing he gets through, once he's done resetting everything back to like pre-flight configuration. Where the hell's the limit line at? I don't even see one. Weird. Okay, he goes and puts his TO back in the cabinet where they're all stored, which is just after they're on the rear side of where the latrine is, or lavatory, and also right by where the cargo door on the side of the aircraft opens up at. right on the front side of that carbon door is where the lavatory is, and on the back side of the lavatory wall basically is where the cabinet is stored. Or sometimes they have it on the just on the side facing sideways, just behind the lavatory door, or somewhere in that area. Okay, he puts his TO where in the spot it belongs in, because they're specifically numbered too. They're like, this is book number whatever, and then book number whatever has to be in that spot number whatever. Very specific, because tool and equipment accountability is extremely critical for aircraft flight safety. You're missing a tool, it might be, it could jam up a flight control, get sucked into an engine, and destroy the engine, even in flight. And then you got some serious problems. So they're really critical about accountability. So he puts his CO right where it belongs, and he goes downstairs and starts helping Roger out on the ground. And I guess at some point Roger goes back upstairs to put his TO away, and he notices that Scott's TO is no longer there. He didn't know that Scott had already put his TO away. He just asked, he gets to put his TO away, and then goes back to Scott and asks him, hey Scott, where's your TO at? It's so I can put it away. It's not in the cabin. And then Scott goes, what are you talking about? I put it away. I know for a fact I put it away. As soon as I got through up front, the first thing I did was put it away before I came downstairs. Which was normal too. And he goes up there and starts taking a look, and sure enough, it's not where it's supposed to be and where he swore he put it. And next thing you know, they're looking around, and I guess somewhere toward the back of the aircraft, on halfway to the back of the aircraft, was where the TO was sitting, and I guess he had never even gone to the back of the airplane at that time. He had just gone straight from the cockpit, or we call it our flight deck. Go ahead and call it cockpit. Stupid reason why they don't call it a cockpit anymore. Easily offended idiots are why that happened. But so he couldn't figure out why the hell it ended up where it was when he had never been over there. And they're thinking maybe this ghost on the aircraft that was basically what maybe the spirit or ghost, whatever you want to call it, of the dead boom operator had actually thrown it across the cargo compartment somehow. Which I have heard of that kind of stuff happening. Same guy here also, another situation. He was doing another refuel on that aircraft, and this time he was the supervisor. So he was the guy in the wheel well. And he said he remembered some white shadowy figure, just kind of like it came walking up to him and just started hanging out, watching him do his work. And he never, just stood there like they were buddies or something, and that was it. And I don't know what ever happened from there, but so those are two cases that he specifically told me about that he had with that aircraft. Then come on, lady man. Come on, it's a 45 zone. Why are we going 32? Are you gonna move right or not? So I'm not gonna sit here and do 32. Now watch, now I'm beside him, and I'm gonna, once I get a green light, I bet you this knucklehead's gonna end up doing 45 plus. Doesn't even look like he's distracted with the phone or anything. Okay, after I get past this red light, I'll tell you another one that happened on that aircraft involving what we call a production superintendent. It's usually a master or senior master sergeant, or E7 or E8 type, who's basically oversees a lot of the flight line operations and sets priorities or on which aircraft. Well, they don't actually set it. They get set by the scheduling people, and work usually in a maintenance group command building or somewhere. production superintendent knows which, what the priority list is, and they have the list on hand, and and they keep tabs on. It's basically a manager. They keep tabs on what maintenance is going on which aircraft. Of course, this guy is going to speed up once I pass him. And now he's going to be a pain in the ass again, right? The second guy up, the same one who. Okay, so kind of getting into the weeds of what a production superintendent is, but basically they oversee and direct a lot of the maintenance operations. They're not the top, they're not the top ranking guy in the maintenance complex, but they're up there. Anyway, this particular guy, I guess, had his wife and kid at the office one day, or the shop, and decided to take him out to the aircraft and show him, show him around and stuff, or hang out. And I guess one of the crew chiefs was there with them. The crew chief of the aircraft. They were, just chit chatting. Come on, in here. Thank you. Anyway, they're on this aircraft. It just so happens to be 1512 again. And from my understanding, the wife and son had no knowledge whatsoever about this aircraft's history. They never heard any kind of stories about this aircraft or whatever, so they're all hanging out there, I guess, toward the, over by the cargo door, chit-chatting in the cargo compartment area, and then the son, I guess, starts asking some question about who's back there, who that is in the, over in the back of the aircraft, closer to where the boom pod is, where the boom operator works the controls to refuel other aircraft with. And they're looking at him like, what are you talking about? There's nobody over there. Because they're thinking, maybe there was somebody working back there or something, but no, there was nobody doing any kind of work back there. And the crew chief of the aircraft was right there with them. And he couldn't figure out why he could see the. Yeah, that's another nice view here. Why he could see them and the other ones couldn't, and then a little bit later on, they're still chit-chatting, and then all of a sudden, I guess the figure starts walking toward them from the back area, and then starts, and I guess goes walking right past them, and the kid's wondering, said some, who is that? And they're still wondering, what are you talking about? And it's like, you don't see him, he's walking right past us. So those are only three that I know of for sure, that I've heard, at least remember clearly a story about. I think there were other people who had experiences, I just never necessarily heard their actual story. Might have heard through grapevine that this person or that person had an experience, but never actually talked to that person about their experience. Interesting though, because like I was saying, we gave that aircraft to Andrews Air Force Base, their unit, when in 2003, I think it was, when that whole round of BRAC base closures, realignments happened. And okay, now fast forward, I go to another conference out in Oklahoma City for the 135s, and have basically representatives from every KC-135 unit in the Air Force all there, basically to get info about what's going on with improvements to the aircraft to make it more reliable. most part. Yeah, a very fascinating experience. I enjoyed it. Left lane, but yeah, I got almost to the point here where I need to make my left turn. I'm in Oklahoma City at a conference. I run into some guys from Andrews there. And of course, I start asking them about 1512. Hey, how's 1512 working out for you guys? And they'd always be like, it's a piece of shit. I was like, that doesn't surprise me. I've been on both ends of that, where you either gain or give up an aircraft to or from another unit. And it never fails. They always give you the worst aircraft they can. So, of course, 1512 was the least reliable aircraft, or one of the least reliable we had. So, of course, we gave it to them. But like I said, I've been on the other end of that too, where during that same BRAC, so we had 10 aircraft at the time, and then went down to 8. Because we gave 1512 and another aircraft to Andrews. We were down to 8 for a little bit, but then when Portland, the reserve unit in Portland, they got completely closed down. Yeah, 4 of their airplanes came to us, so we ended up with 12, and then the other 4 ended up in, I want to say Pittsburgh or somewhere. Of course, I asked them about, not just the experiences with how the aircraft's been, with these maintenance on them, but then I'd ask them if they ever had any ghostly kind of experiences with it, and none of them ever knew anything about any kind of ghostly experiences. I had another situation where I had an encounter with Andrews personnel. Actually, one of their airplanes had broken down at Marine Corps Air Station Miramar there in California, over in San Diego County. So because there was a flight control problem with basically the spoilers. The spoilers are in pairs. There are 2 spoilers, and then that'll link together with basically a tab. And then there's like 2 sets of spoilers on each wing. Okay, so one of these, basically the outboard one that's further out on the wing, the tab that goes between the 2 spoilers that keeps them linked together. And I guess it was not it was made to the right dimension, but the gap that was between the 2 spoilers was not what it was supposed to be. They were further apart than they were supposed to be. So what happened is it caused the tab when because the tab can free float in there and always keep the 2 spoiler panels linked together. But when the gap is, of course, the little link thing, the tab was 2 inches long. But then when the gap between the spoiler panels is also 2 inches long, what happens? The link falls out, and now the spoilers can't stay connected to each other, and you end up with one of them either partially or not at all deploys, while the other one does deploy. So anyway, I had to go down there to find out why this plane was having this problem and fix it. Head back up to March also to get what I needed, and I had to communicate with the engineer also, flight control engineer back in Oklahoma City. Finally figured out a fix for it. So, but of course that was an Andrews aircraft. It wasn't 1512, but it was an Andrews jet, and the crew chief who came in with it was there helping us, and I got to talking to him about that same thing. Hey, how's 1512? Oh, it sucks, whatever kind of thing. And I asked him the same thing, and I've never heard of that. Never heard of anybody having a ghostly experience with that aircraft, or never heard any kind of story with it. soon as the aircraft moved from March to Andrews. Figure that one out now. I don't know. Yeah, not to mention nobody ever sees this ghost. Nobody ever had an experience with this ghost whenever, after the aircraft left. Not in March either. Yeah, and you're right on that with the. I'm skeptic, but at the same time, there's reasons why I think I have reason to believe people are being totally legit, and not just what they think is the case, but could really be the case. And other cases where I think it's just their imagination fooling them. Where they honestly think they're seeing what they're seeing, but in reality it could be some perfectly good explanation that has nothing to do with ghosts. Alright, getting on I-80 here. I have 2:29 left on my clock before I need to stop for a break. I still feel fine personally. Haven't decided yet where I want to stop. There are a couple. There was a truck stop right over here, the very next exit past here. But right now I'm still at a point where I don't think I even want to stop yet. Feeling just fine, doing good, and I don't need to eat or anything. Oh, look at that. Some more nice cool sky view there. That's more reason to stay on the road too. Keep this view up while it lasts. Let's figure out what speed this reefer truck here trying to move over is going to do. I don't know if he's going to try to do more than 70 or if I should just go ahead and pass him. Yeah, same here. Especially if it's somebody you doesn't have a tendency to tell bullshit stories. There are people I know who might embellish a little bit more or whatever, and then again, I don't tend to like hanging around with people like that or associating with people. If you can't be honest, you're not worth my time. It's one thing to bullshit, but then just tell me you're messing around, whatever, and then just be a totally legit, honest person when you need to be, but I can't. What are you doing, man? Oh, it's moving. We got the way station or something. I can't figure out that guy's rhyme or reason there. I'm at 67 right now. I want to run a little faster, but also trying to figure out what he's actually going to do and also deal with the four-wheelers back here. One right beside me and another one right behind me. Okay, I'm up to 69. He is pulling away from me, so looks like it might be good. Any respect for people who tell bullshit stories and basically trying to make people think that the story is true. Yeah, there have been a couple of JCT drivers I can think of who've been like that. You know, one guy I did a swap with once, and Knucklehead tried to tell me he had a Medal of Honor for one, and I'm like, yeah, right. And he actually wanted me to believe that. He knew damn well he was bullshit, but you know, I think just maybe trying to make up for the what little he has in life to, I guess, to be happy about or talk about or whatever. Maybe I don't know. Maybe he's just something. I don't get these people who do that. I think some of them do it just because they have low self-esteem and they're trying to, try to impress people. And I think people are dumb enough to believe some of their stories, or not some, but all of their stories. Then there are others, I think, who do it just for personal entertainment, just to see how gullible the people they're around are dealing with are, or see what they can get away with the person and maybe con them or something. None of those ways I find consistent with being worthy of being my friend. Now, that guy who talked about the Medal of Honor, did I tell you, because he said he was a Black Hawk pilot over in Kansas, and now he said he had done, he did a humanitarian type of mission to New York City when 9/11 happened. And then he said after that he went straight from there to Sandbox. That's all he really said. He didn't really specify where. But yeah, it was. I knew it was, for one, it would have been Afghanistan, if anywhere, or in that area. And two, we didn't go to Afghanistan right away. It wasn't too far after 9/11 happened, but not to mention I have experience watching airplanes having Black Hawk helicopters get loaded into and out of different Air Force aircraft. I know when they deploy somewhere, they get put on an Air Force aircraft and flown over there. They don't get put on Navy ships like this guy tried to tell me. Mutual friend of ours who I know from outside JCT, and we actually ended up in the same area in, of all places, Virginia, on I-81. Virtually no man's land for JCT trucks. We're hardly ever over there. And just so happens, not only is there another JCT driver in the area, but I knew the guy, or I know him on Facebook at least, mainly because the mutual friend had told me about him, and that's how I got to know him at the first. But then sitting at the Denny's over there eating, starts telling me, because I told him about how I was in the Air Force, and then he said he was in the Air Force too, and talked about how he flew like Tomcats and Apaches or whatever. I'm like, huh? Like hell you did. You were not in the Air Force if you flew those. Go into great detail about how I know that was a bullshit story. Alright, come on, car, get away from me. You're holding up the traffic behind you anyway. Move your ass. Ándale. And don't get in front of me and slow back down either. I'll keep my close eye on you now. another one in though. Yeah, we get them all the time usually, and I think Scotty and I aren't quite as prone to getting them as a lot of other guys do, though, because and we especially get them in California because the truck speed limit there is 55, and most truckers, including our own, won't go anywhere near 55 in Cali. They're usually always doing at least 60 plus, if not 65. I'm okay with doing 57-ish. If I do 57, I don't get, in California, I don't get any of those messages. If I do 58 plus, I tend to get the messages. Let's see, I'll wait on this guy to pass and the four-wheeler behind him, and then I'll see if I can get over. Yeah, I got a truck or a pickup or something also coming up. Okay with letting them all go by first, especially here in Nebraska, because Nebraska drivers are the best in the country, I think. Come on. I see a gap behind this car right after this truck that's passed me, so I'm wanting him to hurry up. Scotty's saying he only does 57-ish also there. And in reality, even if you're doing 60 miles an hour, let's just say to get from the Colorado River over to Barstow on I-40, it's 154 miles. Now, 55 miles an hour, you can do 165 miles in a matter of 3 hours. 65 miles, what's that, 130, what's 195? So, what's that, I know it's another 30 miles. Yeah, I mean, it can make a difference, so that's one of the big reasons why I really want to see that stupid 55 limit disappear. But, the fact of the matter is, everybody, I mean, doesn't care if the speed limit is 55 or not, they're all going to do 60 plus. And anything above 58 or higher, at least seems to be the trigger point for me, where I'll start getting those messages. On this particular shift, there's no point anywhere where I was really going more than maybe a couple miles an hour over the limit. And the area where I got this little speeding message, I was in a 70 zone, and I'm only capable of doing 70. So it's one of those like, what the hell am I getting this for?
Article 17 of 85. Theme park sues California man over dark ride he built in his garage. Mercury News 1 hour ago. A Missouri theme park that attracts more than 2 million visitors per year is suing a Southern California man who built a dark ride in his garage for Halloween over who owns the trademark name. But the Silver Dollar City theme park in Branson, Missouri, didn't throw the first punch. That surprising first blow was delivered by Scott Diavanzo. "I'm confident we'll win in the end," said Diavanzo, 45, of Ladera Ranch, Orange County. "We're small and they're big bullies." For the past few years, Diavanzo has built a theme park-style dark ride in the two-car garage of his Ladera Ranch home and welcomed thousands of visitors at Halloween to take a spin. Diavanzo called the ride Mystic Motel and dreamed of building bigger theme park attractions one day, so much so that he trademarked the Mystic Motel name for theme park attractions in 2013. He founded a company called Adrenaline Attractions to develop his dream of one day building a theme park with the Mystic Motel ride as its centerpiece. That's where Silver Dollar City comes in. In August, the Missouri theme park announced plans to build the $20 million Mystic River Falls River Rapids ride in 2020 as part of a new themed land. D'Avanzo's attorney sent a letter to Silver Dollar City in late September demanding that the park change the name of the Mystic River Falls ride because it infringed on the Mystic Motel ride's trademark name.
Really?
Silver Dollar City responded with a 16-page lawsuit that accused D'Avanzo and Adrenaline Attractions of trademark infringement, unfair competition and an implied legal threat. Silver Dollar City has asked the U.S. District Court to declare that the Missouri theme park owns the trademark rights to the Mystic River Falls name. And one more thing, Silver Dollar City wants D'Avanzo to change the name of the ride in his garage. The civil lawsuit states that Silver Dollar City acquired the trademark for the Mystic River Falls name from the U.S. Patent Office in September and never heard any opposition from D'Avanzo during the months-long process. Silver Dollar City declined to comment due to the legal nature of the situation, said theme park spokeswoman Lisa Rao via email. Adrenaline Attractions is in development discussions with investors and amusement park vendors to build a Mystic City theme park at an undisclosed location in California, D'Avanzo said. The $2 billion theme park will feature 35 attractions including dark rides, roller coasters and a water ride, he said. We just don't want to have 14 different attractions with Mystic on them, D'Avanzo said in a phone interview. It just muddies the waters. Adrenaline Attractions also sent a trademark infringement letter earlier this year related to the name of the $15 million Mystic Timbers roller coaster that opened in 2017 at Kings Island, D'Avanzo said. Lawyers for the Ohio amusement park told D'Avanzo's attorney that they considered the matter closed, he said. D'Avanzo built the Mystic Motel dark ride with his son, Ashton, now 15, in the garage of their suburban home in Ladera Ranch, a master-planned bedroom community in an unincorporated part of Orange County near Mission Viejo. Set in an abandoned 1955 desert motel along Route 66, Mystic Motel takes visitors through the decrepit interior of a deteriorating motor lodge and into its haunted basement. Along the way you peek into a bustling casino, explore derelict motel rooms and step into a diner for a refreshment. Article 18 of 85. Subscribe blog and home tech finance politics.
That seemed a little ridiculous. A big stink out of somebody's homemade amusement ride. That's crazy. Check that out too. Ladera Ranch, I would say it's on the north side of LA. I'm trying to remember exactly. It's not over, maybe off the 101 or something, I forget. By Route 66. Yeah, did you watch the video where I went down to Colton and I took part of Route 66 down the Cajon Pass? Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure you did. I was the one where the cop caught the two speeders that passed by me. Basically, 66 goes down Cajon Boulevard and would snake up through the Ford area and then come back down Cajon Boulevard again. There's a new section of Cajon Boulevard that didn't exist before, or did before, because I remember it used to be a section there that was never open to the public for a while, and then they redid it and reopened it. But yeah, it's going straight down into San Bernardino, and over there on, what's it, 5th Street? Same exit we usually get off at to get to our drop yard. You ever gonna get over or not? Shit. This guy's getting on, but I got four-wheeler coming up. I don't like this situation here. This minivan here is coming up a little too fast, and there we go. I had to slow down a little bit to create space, and then I had to worry about what the truck behind me was going to do. Highway 66 goes across okay, where 5th Street is. It'll run you into Foothill Boulevard. Then Foothill will go all the way across into like Rancho Cucamonga and Upland and all that, and you keep taking it across, and of course it'll ultimately end up in Santa Monica, which is where the western terminus of Route 66 is. I'm assuming you already know this part, but there are other people watching just in case they don't know it's where the western end of it is. Let's see, I could possibly stop in York or somewhere for my break. I am getting close to the 2-hour point, which is usually a spot where I like to stop around. I've done 371 miles so far this shift. So about another 250-ish. Yeah, it put me right around the 120 or so marker. 123, and put me right there in the Ogallala and Big Spring area. That I'll be there. I'm not sure I'll have an easy time finding a place to park though. So if it comes down to it, I could probably even go to the big truck parking area right there next to where I-76 and I-80 meet up. That's just a few miles west of where the Flying J Big Spring is. Slide. here in this area a heck of a lot either, do you? Definitely not JCT Central up here, but there's no shortage of us here. Bosselman Flying J truck stop is in Grand Island. That's a place I can always stop. Grand Island because they're larger, easier to find parking at. The Walmart in Lexington is also a personal favorite of mine. That is was the exit 237, I believe. So about 130 miles from here. I'll be next to nothing with my time left by the time I get there if I do try to stop there. I can make it there, just but the longer I take to get off the road, the less likely I'm going to be able to find a parking spot even for only 30 minutes. Yeah, it seems to be not unusual at all for me to end up out this way, although for a good couple months I was running back and forth a lot between California and Missouri or Kansas or wherever, or Texas, and then go right back to Cali. On one of the Cali and it's not unusual, they'll give me loads that go out to northern Cal as well, like Sacramento area or Bay Area, like Oakland. I'll tell you, the third quarter was definitely a very productive quarter for me as far as getting miles are concerned. Because I assume he's told you before, we get a safety bonus of about I think it's 2 cents per mile. Whatever every paid mile we do during the quarter. But the criteria is we can't get any citations or violations and stuff. Yeah, we just got paid the safety bonuses this week, and if you barely just get enough to get the bonus at all, you'll get $600 because 30,000 miles in the quarter is the criteria for solo drivers to be eligible for it. And they pay, of course, it's 2 cents a mile, so right at 30,000 and 2 cents a mile, you get $600 bonus. Mine ended up being almost $760 if I remember right. So it's an extra 150, almost 160. So extra 3,200 miles on top of the try the petrol in York. Not too much further from here. I forget the mile mark. I want to say 340 something, or it could be even closer.
Subscribe Log and Home Tech Finance Politics Strategy Life by Prime Intelligence All. Coupons Edition. Asterisk copyright 2019 Insider Inc. All rights reserved. Registration on or use of this site constitutes acceptance of our terms of service. Policy. Disclaimer. Commerce policy. Coupons. Made in NYC stock quotes by Financing.net. Bad from every angle, America's trucking recession is now slamming one of the $800 billion industry's largest.
Trying to figure out what this guy's yapping about. I heard something on a flatbed, though.
Bad from every angle, America's trucking recession is now slamming one of the $800 billion industry's largest companies. Rachel Premack, October 13, 7:32 a.m. Trucking is struggling. Scott Olson, Getty Images. America's trucking industry has been in a recession since the first half of 2019. That affected third quarter earnings at one of the biggest names in the industry, C.H. Robinson. The $16.6 billion company saw its largest intraday plunge in shares since July 2008, 15%. Visit Business Insider's homepage for more stories. One of the trucking industry's biggest giants announced its third quarter earnings on Tuesday evening, and the results were even lower than the low expectations analysts had ahead of the release. C.H. Robinson, a truck brokerage that brought in $16.6 billion in revenue in 2018, announced third quarter results that were, in the words of Amit Mehrotra, Deutsche Bank's transportation analyst, bad from every angle. Here are the highlights. Net revenues decreased 8.7% to $633.4 million. Income from operations decreased 18.2% to $201.1 million. Its EBIT, earnings before interest and tax, margin sank to its lowest level in 5 years, Deutsche Bank wrote. Bank of America downgraded C.H. Robinson stock from neutral to underperform, while Citi and Cowen lowered their estimates. On Wednesday, the $16.6 billion company saw its largest intraday plunge in shares since July 2008, a 15% drop. That drove down the stocks of other giants in transportation, like YRC Worldwide, Schneider, and Knight-Swift. Overall, the Russell 3000 Truckers Index declined by 6%, which is its largest intraday drop since August 2011. The trucking recession is causing an industry giant's pricing to collapse. C.H. Robinson's core offering is connecting trucking companies to the manufacturers and retailers who need the trucking capacity to move goods. But there's an overcapacity of truckers after a red-hot 2018 drove more drivers into the market. Freight volumes have also dropped from record levels in 2018, in part because of trade tensions. The Cass Freight Index said on October 14 that North American freight volumes have declined for 10 straight months. In connection to that, manufacturing is in a slump. The Institute of Supply Management said manufacturing has been contracting for 2 consecutive months, and in October, its trademark index slipped to its lowest level since June 2009. Because of the overcapacity and an overall drop in freight volumes, the trucking industry has been in a recession since the first half of 2019, ACT Research experts said in a recent webinar. Bank of America's transportation research team, led by Ken Hoexter, said the oversupply of trucking capacity has forced a collapse. Manufacturing declined even more. Luis Cinco, Los Angeles Times via Getty Images. This challenging environment was evident as the spread between the cost-advised truck capacity, which fell 12% year-over-year, was outpaced by a 12.5% decline in the price it charges customers, Hoexter wrote. The collapse in the spread, from a positive 300 bits per second last quarter, pressure net margins 140 bits per second sequentially.
Basis points.
CH. Robinson CEO Robert Beester to that slowdown in volumes and overcapacity of truckers in explaining the brokerage's very bad quarter. And he said the struggles would continue until more capacity exited the market, largely driven by truck drivers losing their jobs. Tariff concerns and fears of recession are weakening shipper demand, Biesterfeld said in a Wednesday call with investors. And while industry data suggests truckload capacity continues to exit the market, we believe capacity will exceed available shipments for the next few quarters. Analysts agree. Unfortunately, current negative trends for brokers are expected to continue, which likely means shares will be range-bound at reasonably lower levels, Deutsche Bank's Maradra wrote. What it means for the rest of the economy. Any way you look at it, the industrial economy is slowing and, I would argue, has been slowing for the last year and a half, Maradra told Business Insider. Trucking is often looked at as a leading indicator of where the rest of the economy is headed. As 71% of America's freight is moved on trucks, companies foreseeing a need for fewer trucks is typically an omen of an economic downturn. If manufacturers produce less and people buy less, there's less of a need to move goods. Because trucking participates in all phases of manufacturing, it increases as manufacturing starts to ramp up, giving it leading indication on economic growth, Steve Tam, the vice president of ACT Research, previously told Business Insider. Glenn Koenig, Los Angeles Times via Getty Images. When the rest of America is headed for a downturn, freight usually dips first, a report from Convoy's Economic Research Division said. The industry went into a recession in April 2006, more than a year before the rest of the economy was clobbered by the Great Recession, starting in January 2008. A tumble in shipping doesn't always foretell a recession for everyone else. The freight industry goes into recession twice as often as the rest of the economy, according to Convoy. And Maradra told Business Insider that the current struggles in trucking and manufacturing might not foretell a 2008 level collapse. There is this view out there that the downturn that we're currently in has the potential to be short and shallow as opposed to deep and long. See also, another 4,200 truck drivers lost their jobs in September as a recession slams America's $800 billion trucking industry. Now watch. More, Bittranspo Trucking CH. Robinson Brokerage. Asterisk copyright 2019 Insider Inc. All rights.
Alright. Yeah, the next few quarters of softness, that doesn't sound very good. Now, I do have a lot of insight into economics because of my background with investing, and I will say that, with trucking, with manufacturing, the manufacturing sector is only about a third of the broader U.S. economy. 2/3 of it is services based. So, like air travel or management services or I think maybe I can't remember if home building is part of that or whatever. Anything that's generally speaking where you provide a service to somebody instead of building stuff or providing raw materials. And it's not let's see how many, we got one left turn. Yeah, and they're right though that the transportation sector can single-handedly be a big omen for the broader economy, but the services sector is not so reliant upon trucking. It does rely on trucking to an extent, but not as much. So most of the economy is a little kind of more safeguarded against any problems on the manufacturing side. However, manufacturing problems could translate to lower demand overall and spill over into the services sector. Create basically a snowball, an avalanche or whatever. Alright, 7:45 local time here, so I imagine that's probably going pretty good number of trucks already in it, I'm sure. May even be full, who knows? It's a pretty big lot though. Yeah, these are premium spots here you had to pay for. It's alright, I'm only going to be here for 30 minutes. I'm not paying for parking. I don't care where I park. You can be at the far back end of the lot for all I care. Not noticing any of the windmill trucks here like I usually do. Oh, is this... Yeah, I think these might be. I think right here in front of me now. Never mind. I see all these signs here. It makes me think these are all premium spots. I remember these being premium spots in the past. Over this way. Tractor and my trailer pointing more toward the Too busy watching this trailer here to make sure I don't hit it that having a hard time keeping up with where my trailer's going. Why does this feel so tight? I don't know about this. That doesn't look right. There's just something not right about that spot. Like those two trucks are too close to each other. Quite a few spots right here anyway. I come over here and back up against that flatbedder. Should be good enough. I can't tell how close I am to the guy behind me. Off duty. Alright. Now let's figure out what this other message is here. Oh, for reminder on tonight's daylight savings, I think. Come on. Yeah, that's all it is. Big deal. Alright, so yeah, that's probably all I have for this. Yeah, I've been on here for a little over 6 hours. I probably streamed the whole thing, but yeah, it'll be nighttime. I'm sure you guys want to, there's not quite as much to see and look at and whatever. And probably will have some, be streaming again tomorrow. Like I say, I'll probably end up in Big Spring, possibly. Somewhere in that general ballpark, right by where I-76 and I-80 meet up. I'll be into my night. And then tomorrow I can go ahead and run from there the rest of the way over to Far West. For those of you guys who might be watching aren't familiar with where Far West is, it's in Utah, just north of Ogden. What's that exit? 346 or somewhere in that ballpark. It's an Associated Foods grocery distributor. That's where the load's going to, though. I do want to make a little final comment on there with that last article we were just listening to about the trucking recession at C.H. Robinson. One thing I have been noticing, because I'm not getting any shortage of miles here. I mean, I'm running the same miles I've always been running. But at least the last few loads, it seems like I've been running lighter loads than I normally do. So I don't know if it's maybe just a byproduct of I'm taking the freight into not so so populated and busy area. Because like I might have taken one to Harrisonville, Missouri. Well, then again, that's Harrisonville is only about 40 miles south of Kansas City, give or take, somewhere around there. So I imagine that DC there services all the Walmarts in the Kansas City area. So you would think it'd be kind of busy. Anyway, yeah, this load here is only 25,000 pounds. I think I had, what, 13 pallets? Yeah, 13 pallets on board. The last load I had was only 8 pallets. That was the one that I picked up in Umatilla, Florida, and took that up to, yeah, that's when I took to Monroe, Georgia. Okay. Yeah, I was only 8 pallets, and I think it was like 18,000 pounds. Not very much. Now, Monroe's east of Atlanta, by a good almost hour drive. I don't know, maybe some of these areas I would think that they'd have more freight than, on the trailer, given the area that they're going to. So, I don't know what the story is there. Maybe just out of season stuff. But whatever the case, as long as I keep getting my miles, I don't really care. But now I did end up losing the market premium pay that I was getting before. Not a huge impact to my pay, but it will be. By about $30 for every 3,000 mile week, or roughly 3,000 miles. So, man, there's that problem. I don't know what the story is there, though. It's hopefully this tariff war will end soon, so everybody can get back to what they want to be doing and put more demand on the market for us. So, all right, I'm gonna get out of the seat here and in the feed, and I appreciate you guys taking the time to watch. Like I say, I'll be back on tomorrow. When I start driving. Let's see, I don't know what time it is. Oh, it's 7:54. So, how many miles have I done so far? 4 something, I think. No, 392. So, I got at least 220. So, I got at least another 3 hours. So, I'll probably say around midnight-ish I'll be done. So, what's that? About 10. Yeah, about 10 in the morning Central Time. Somewhere in that ballpark is when I'll take a wild guess is when I'll be ready to stream again. All right. All right, if you guys don't have anything else, appreciate you guys taking the time to watch, and we'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? Thanks.